then they would come to the haystack.
Yeah, Brad and I were talking. She called that first week in December. It was just kind of a void, you know?
Yeah, no, it just is well.
That's what we did.
I get way more calls.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you are now live on YouTube.
Thanks, Pat. All right, guys, we're out live on YouTube now, so we'll go ahead and start recording the meeting here in about 3 minutes. Just letting you know, 3 minutes.
You need a whistle.
Yeah, in my hoochie mama.
Can you see my screen share?
Yes, we can. XC Ranch, Powell, Tracking Farms.
Morning, Ed. Handling? Board's coming.
I've had, closed
Who is that place where you're at? Okay.
Their surveys going roadside surveys. So yeah, we're mile went off. Fingers crossed.
They cut the hill.
Private golf Colleen, your screen share dropped off the pallet stuff.
Yeah, definitely. Lunch, I'll be good.
There you go. Perfect.
Yeah. So you have to.
Because you were saying it was awesome that
Yeah. I just, the way it was really done.
All right.
Yep.
You remember how much is that?
I remember
that time of day, I guess.
So it was a big.
Speak up.
Back here, you look better there than you did on that.
Is that right? All right, well, welcome back, everybody. Thank you again for your willingness to come hang out. It's like we're missing Senator Ankney so far, but otherwise we're all here. He had a meeting with the Capitol. Okay, yeah, he left all his stuff, so I hope he's coming back. So this morning, we're gonna finish up the public access land agreement reviews. We'll start with Region 3. The access coordinator, Colleen O'Rourke, is on Zoom there and showing her screen, so we'll be able to let her kind of introduce the projects. We also have Game Warden Bill Dawson here in the back corner, who's very familiar with the area and both projects as well, if you guys have some other questions too. We'll do that. We'll get to lunch. I'm not sure if our Bear Aware presentation will actually happen today. The weather may not cooperate for that, so we might skip that. We'll have our fisheries update. We'll have your guys' kind of other discussions you wanted to have relative to PLPW topics, trap lines, public comment, and that'll be pretty much the end of today. So we'll probably get out of here early. I know a lot of you guys have a long ways to travel. And then we'll spend some time maybe this afternoon making sure we get all your paperwork filled out and everything's ready to go so we can get you reimbursed. So it's one thing that I think is really neat is that when Senator Ankney shows up, I guess excluding Commissioner Tabor and in a way Commissioner Stuker, all of PLPW is here in person. So that's pretty cool. So Colleen, we'll turn it over to you and start with the XC property.
All right. So in Region 3, we had 2 projects. One is the XC Ranch with a section of DNRC land, and the other is the Bull Mountain, or Dun Canyon access to the Bull Mountains. And so XC, I'll pull up the map here, was a property that was enrolled last year. So they are also in block management. The pink is in block management. And then the DNRC parcel section 36 would be a park and walk in around a pivot to that access. So the valuation is legally inaccessible. There is demand. The block management area, let's see, last year had about almost 478 hunter use days. So the area gets used for antelope, birds, occasional elk.
How many hunter days?
It was 478 last year for the block management area.
Thank you.
And so it's a 640 acre parcel for DNRC. So we went with the flat rate valuation of $1,050. And I believe they were paid a little bit more last year, and because of the changes, that would be the valuation this year. Bill talked to them and they were agreeable to that amount.
To me, it seems like a no-brainer, like some of them we looked at yesterday. And it just seems to me like this one is really straightforward, and $1,050, I think it's a good amount. And I certainly would have no issue with this one.
I move we accept it.
Okay, cool. All right, the Dunn Canyon Road project. How's that?
Okay, so let me pull up the map on this one. Dun Canyon Road is not.
Just Colleen, just a second. In your folders, I supplied you with a different map than what's actually in that binder. There were a few parcels in that binder that dropped out that were not accessible by the project. So in your folder that I handed out yesterday, another Dun Canyon Road. Yep, it's a horizontal page. So there's a few less Forest Service parcels, but just so you guys know, that's the most current map that she's showing. Thank you, Colleen.
So yeah, the green outlined sections would be the Forest Service sections accessible through this project. Bull Mountain, or it's the Boulder Valley BMA that is also adjacent to these parcels. And Bill may be able to answer more details on the road access here. But at this point, from September through January 1, we have access to this area to the Boulder Valley BMA. For hunter use last year, let me look quick here. Sorry, I didn't have it pulled up. Last year for the Boulder Valley BMA, we had over 500 hunter use days, and it's routinely up over 500 hunter use days. So I will go to the valuation.
Colleen, are they gonna re-enroll this year in the BMA?
I have not received a contract back from them, and we're not sure where the status is at this point. Bill has talked to them. I don't know, maybe Bill has more details on that.
Yeah, they've communicated that they're gonna continue as what was there last year. There's been some changes over the years, but the last communication was that what was on the map is what they're gonna do this year.
Thank you.
So the areas accessing a significant amount of acreage in the Bull Mountains, over 13,000 acres. Considered under accessible. The area does get a lot of use, not just for hunting, but general recreation. There's quite a few pages in here, but I'll just go through the valuation and then we can have a question answer and Bill can chime in. It does have good elk hunting, birds, deer. The time frame for the project, I believe, is still the fall hunting season. And then, so we went through, we gave them a $250 enrollment. They were open for the fall period. It's $1,000 for all permitted activity, another $250, another $350 for fall hunting and fishing where no permission would be required. And then an additional amount for the large blocks of public lands. And then they're over, we estimate 500 hunter use days or more. So that would add an additional $2,000 for a valuation of $4,350. And so we do have multiple landowners that own property along this access route. Bill put together this map. Let me scroll down. Rotate the page. So we've got Carey Brothers Partnership, Chris and Sandy Carey. We've got Dun Canyon Cattle. And then again, Bull Mountain Grazing up in here. The question was that has come up was whether we will value it as a single project or multiple landowners would also be eligible for that valuation. Bill reached out to the Forest Service and we included a letter. Sorry, I'm going to rotate again. From the forest discussing some of the historic background of that road and related to logging and cattle activity and such. I don't know if folks have had an opportunity to read through some of that information. But when we met at the regional level, there still appears to be some question as far as the status of that road still being unknown. And so Carey's wanted us to still bring this to PLPW, have the discussion, see what you guys think, and go from there. And Bill may be able to also add more specific details to the discussion he's had with Carey's.
A couple things, and then this would be down the road once there would be a decision on whether the access is clear enough for the group to enter into an agreement. But the Careys so there's with that there's actually two Careys that have applications. There's Dun Canyon Cattle Company, which is Chris and Sandy Carey, and then the Carey Brothers, which is also affiliated with the John Carey Ranch. Vince Carey is the president of that. They both have applications in. They both have leases on the Forest Service, so they're both eligible. We valued this as one value per the access road, but they've requested that if the group decides that they're comfortable entering into an agreement that they would request that either the total value double or each entity get the valuation. They're not willing to go forward with splitting the 4,350.
Have you got a separate evaluation for each one of them at the same time?
We valued them, the department valued them as one agreement, but the valuation isn't gonna change for each one because their leased acres are the exact same.
You say you can just do a 50-50 split? Is that the way you want us to approve this then, or how do we do it, guys? We don't want to start a family fight.
So you already have one.
They have had forever.
You know, I'd just like to preface this one a little bit. So this area to the west of the highway between Boulder and Whitehall, most sportsmen have always understood that road to be public access. And if you look on the Forest Service map and on the Forest Service website, they list that as a Forest Service access.
The Dunn Canyon Road, is that what you're
They do.
referring to?
And when you get to the bottom, there's historically two splits in the Dunn Canyon Road. One goes down to the Carey's cabin. And I don't know which Carey that cabin is.
The Canyon Cattle Company.
Yeah.
And that's not part of this.
Right, no, I understand that, because that splits before it, but when you get to the dam where the water tank is, there's a Forest Service access road sign right there that notes that access. Again, if you look on the US Forest Service website, you'll see that listed as whatever Forest Service road that was, 382 or something. It's a tough deal in my mind. I reviewed this with Colleen, and the thing is, this is a great opportunity and a great hunting opportunity that's expected, I believe, by the hunter. When you combine that, and I don't want to muddle the whole thing, but a little history, with property on the east side of the highway, which is in a separate unit, 380, which is a managed bull area, like the Bear Paws. There used to be carry block management on that side, and some of that went away because of relational issues with the department. And so the reason why I'm throwing that all in there, I would like nothing more than for this to be a good opportunity to create a better future with that area. Does that make sense, Bill?
Yeah, and that, there is a lot of moving parts.
There are. And so if you go back to the beginning of this and our conversation yesterday, this access road, the Dunn Canyon Road, through all those combined ownership realities, I believe for the sportsman has appeared to be public access for many, many years for accessing for hunting, not just 5, many years. So if we go forward with this, this is one of those access points where we'll be paying for access where people believe they've had access historically. And I realize how that can create a huge problem. Derek has one later here with Boone and Crockett that went to the Supreme Court, and you can see the length of issue that creates to secure that over time. And nobody does it because it's a ridiculous
I think
amount of
we
money.
need to spend the $4,300 just to keep the thing open. And I think, didn't you say that when we read that thing yesterday, we're not, by paying for access, we're not saying that we have to.
And I understand, Lee, that if you ever really got into this, I mean, this is a tricky spot because part of this is outfitted.
Right.
So some of this that has been block management that you see in the checkerboard, there isn't much checkerboard like this in Western Montana, like there is in BLM. It's a little unusual to see it in the Forest Service in Western Montana, but that's the reality. I mean, it's a very checkerboarded spot. So, and I'm not familiar exactly with who leases for outfitting and who doesn't and all that. But even here, there's one little section this road ends up going through, and it creates some, am I on the right property confusion with section 19. Just for clarity and these kinds of issues that we're trying to resolve by doing all these agreements. So when we came in here, I was really opposed to approving this as much as I want us to be able to approve a program that will create a better situation specifically right here in the Bull Mountains. Because it's a sought after area. It's not overused, but it's well used.
Haven't the Carries been there before the Forest Service?
Well, that's their association.
No,
It's a
but I
group.
mean, the family's been on this ranch since before 1906 when the Forest Service.
I don't know that.
I bet.
But
It was public land, but
but
they've been
if
here a
you
long
read
time.
those agreements, those were mutual agreements amongst parties at that time
Right,
to harvest timber,
right.
et cetera. So like I said, at the beginning of this, I was like, this is a mess. And that's a fact. And to your point, going to the court is the worst case scenario. I don't even think,
Can't start the lawyer for $4,300.
but yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, you can have a phone call, right?
They'll fight you.
But
So what does the Forest Service say the road is?
unknown. That unknown.
And if I can interject a
Yeah,
little bit, just
please.
to make sure you have as much of the story or the history is, so the Forest Service provided that formal response. So that gives a little bit of the history from their standpoint. But there are a couple things that aren't in that letter. One is that there's no recorded easement that the public has either on the lower section or even on the once you get into the checkerboarded, there's no easements. Also, the other thing is well, it's generally open through the hunting season, either say through the block management or just from the fact that that's what's been allowed for years. It also has been locked off during the winter months since the 90s, cabled and gated, and the Forest Service has not contested that, nor is the public. So there's a really strong case for adverse possession, yeah, like you said, since the 90s. The history is that the landowners are the ones through the logging that created the road, and there's a little bit of there's an argument from the public standpoint or from the Forest Service's standpoint that there were some other access roads closed down in order to maintain this as the main route in there. And I would say that's more of a fairness in a negotiation that the Forest Service and the landowners would have, but it probably does not carry much for legal weight on whether the road is open. The landowners contend that it is a private road and that there's no easements. The Forest Service has said that they are in support of this agreement. They contend they listed it as an unknown because there is the potential for a prescriptive case, albeit likely very weak. And I'm not an attorney but that's in our discussions. And so that being said, I mean, I just wanted to make sure that you have at least that much information.
How long has this road been in there?
'70s,
1960s.
'60s.
Chances are, when the road was put in, if you're saying it was timber, I would guess the Forest Service probably went and talked to the landowners and said, we'd like to harvest some timber, and we put a road in. But if they didn't put it down on paper, that verbal, unless there's something that documents it, and I'm sure the Forest Service just didn't go in and bulldoze in a road without asking. So they had sort of a verbal yes, but I don't think that would stand up as a prescriptive right, because in that discussion, I'm sure the landowner said, yeah, build a road and do your lot. And that's, I mean, I'm in a little similar situation at home. And according to my lawyer, that is not a prescriptive, because the Forest Service can't develop that, especially if they came and asked about building a road on it first. You know, even if they didn't get the documentation. If they have the documentation and gave an easement, that should be on record somewhere if they got signatures. And without signatures, they are not, from my understanding, they're not supposed to be able to develop it. It's kind of like what I said yesterday. Service or state, just on a verbal that they're using. I'm not a lawyer, so I know it always ends up those prescriptive ones. You don't know until it goes to court, and you don't know how if it looks obvious, that doesn't mean the court's gonna go that way.
Even if you win, you make the neighbors mad. You know, were they willing to split this fee? Or did they both want the same amount?
They both want the 4350.
That is the way our guidelines set it up, right? They're I guess the only thing that would change, no, we can't really do it. It'd be like that one we gave that farmer, $7,000 to drive a quarter of a mile along the edge of his field. What do you guys want to do? You want to? I'm okay either way. I don't care.
But it seems to me we may have our hands may be a little bit tied in that, you know, when we've looked at these agreements, it's been, what is the public land you're providing access to? And it appears to me, you're really not, in some of this, you're not really providing access. You're providing access to the next piece of private land that they're going to pay to get into it. But to say that one of these standing alone really don't provide access, if you make the assumption that the Dunn Road is a private road. One of them standing alone doesn't give you access into the Forest Service land. So how, I mean, just again with the sideboards we've dealt with the PAL agreement, it's a little, to me, it's a little cloudy in terms of whether one entity would qualify.
Did one apply? Is that what happened? One applied and then?
So they both applied, and then they all, as a group, there's two other landowners that don't have leases. There's Chris and Sandy Carey individually, not through the Dunn Canyon Cattle Company. And then there's the Bull Mountain Grazing Company, who is made up of a conglomerate of local ranchers, including the two applicants. So there was two applications, and then those applicants secured permission to be the representatives of those other entities. But the department valued it as one access. And I think just talking with Jason, that you know, it's not crystal clear on whether or not it needs to be one agreement or not. I think that maybe the group has some discretion on whether to apply that and whether they want to set the precedent.
Well, yeah, kind of like Dale says, if you only get one, you haven't gained access.
Right.
I mean, you really have.
The other course, it's unless we did it, if we took the two applications and melded them together, maybe they should have been examined separately and then
So that's kind of, how do we do it, I guess?
Except arguably, it's one access point.
Right.
Not really though, it's one access to that first one.
Yeah.
And then it goes into private again, and then accesses another.
Yeah.
We've done those before, and I think in Region 6.
Yeah, you can't corner cross. So
Can't
you
corner
have to
cross.
get
I know that.
permission. You have to get permission from the
In
landowner.
reality, it's it could be 1, 2, 3, 4 separate agreements. It could be.
But you wouldn't get the extra acreage bonus for every one of them, I guess is the thing
Correct.
I'm trying to decide. Some guys wouldn't get very much, they'd get $1,000.
I don't know how the math would work out. For this case, they both lease every bit of public land, just how those grazing leases, they're kind of unique
Right.
in that whole conglomerate that's checkerboarded is leased to, the grazing leases are for the entire piece. And then they kind of decide amongst themselves on who runs where. And so, at least for the agreements, they have, they're both very equal in the valuation. If you value them individually, they wouldn't be any different.
Probably when they did the road, there wasn't near as many carries as there is now.
That's why I split Bertolds in half on that big chunk in North Valley there. Because they both leased it. But when we evaluated, I wanted to make sure that it was split. That way they both weren't getting the total acres.
And
So
you had no question on the access road coming in.
Right. Yeah, that's a whole different issue.
Right.
There's a little precedent setting. I could very easily see future applications that the same scenario exists where you have to cross through two different landowners. One landowner may have no tie to the public land, but is saying, you know what, I'm willing to, for X amount of money, I'm willing to provide access across my property. And
Well, they have to have the lease though.
well,
Somebody
and
else
that's,
has-
someone does, but at the same time, I know what you're, and I hear exactly what you're saying. But I could easily see a situation in our part of the world where you have 3 miles of access road and you go through 1 mile of one entity's place that has no tie to the public land that you're accessing. And then you go through 2 more miles of another person that ties into BLM or Forest Service or state. And well, I'll tell you what, we could really lose some opportunities if we say, nah, just carte blanche, this doesn't qualify for PALA. We may want to be really careful how we handle that. Because again, I don't know, I look at southeast Montana and I could see many scenarios where that would apply.
Looks like the only benefit on this one is $500 for the acreage. Right? It's 38 to 5,000 acres of public land that it opens up to it. So in the additive, we'd only be paying $500 extra out of that for that part.
I don't know if this is legal, but the ones that have no tie to the public land, but they have a short amount of access on that road, if you could do the flat rate for them at $1,000.50, if that's something that those landowners would agree to.
They all do have a tie to the public land because they're part of the grazing association.
In this scenario, they do.
Right.
Okay, that was unclear. I didn't know.
Yeah, so everybody on that road is a part of the grazing allotment. And they basically did a designated agreement to allow each other to cross each other's property, the public to allow to cross each other's property to get to the forest. And so we have one similar in Region 5 that's coming up too, where you have this, public crosses sister to get to brother, back to sister. It's just that situation. And we've got that in block 2, but basically there's this designated, we call it designated landowner representative. So basically you're designating or allowing permission for the public to cross your property through a separate agreement.
But they don't take compensation for that.
They have 2 different.
They have their own. Yeah, but they have their own.
What do you think we should do, Ed?
I have no idea, Lee. I mean,
We do it for 1 year, like we did on that one where we gave the farmer that money and try it, see what happens, give them both one and do it for 1 year.
so the Wilson Park Road, is that the road you were referring to on the previous access?
Well, I think that there was multiple accesses to the forest.
Right.
And of which one was the Wilson Park Road. And there's, currently that's not, there's no access being allowed there, and it's gated and locked. But it was a prior access prior to the construction of the Dunn Canyon Road.
Right.
I guess a couple other things that I thought of that that are, I think, are worth mentioning is one, I've communicated this through the Jefferson Valley Sportsmen's Association in Whitehall, and they are in support of essentially trying to maintain access, but they recognize it's a difficult situation. I didn't ask them to take a stance or anything. I just asked them for informal. The other thing is that there is some checkerboarded parcels that are not included in this. And then the discussions that I've had with both carries on this road, initially they came to us about trying to do a PALA. And it was kind of at the deadline of the application, so it was a little bit rushed. And we asked him that it would have more value to the public if those additional checkerboarded sections were included. This Jefferson Valley Sportsman has asked that we try to secure access to those when possible. There was, I guess, some general agreement by the landowners that may be something that could be negotiated in the future, but they kind of in the short window that we had to get their applications in, they decided to basically allow what they have been the last couple of years. And so there is, I bring that up because there's room for I guess a potential increase in the acreage in the future.
Is that kind of like section 19? Is that kind of what you're referring to there?
There's two section 20s, 20 up
Is that
north and
maybe in
20
that
down
first,
south.
would that have been the first map that Colleen had? Possibly.
It I think everything is up to negotiation, but the simple way to look at it is everything in that first map.
Which would have been in your binders.
That so it'd be that section 20 and 30 on the northeast, and then sections 8 and 20 on the east side, southeast. Additional 4 sections that are checkerboarded.
Isn't 8 Forest Service?
It would be access
To
through
8.
them
Uh-huh.
to get to that section.
Yeah.
So right now there's some ground that's private and leased, and the discussions were either using some existing roads that are on the ground to access those, or allow some type of walk-in corridor through the corner crossing.
See, that's the tricky thing. So you're in the middle of 7 on a BMA, but you can't access 8, which is public land. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
I mean, it's such a
Well,
mess.
yeah, correct. 7 is not in the block management currently. So,
It shows it on this map. I mean, to me, that's just a recipe for conflict,
No question.
you know?
That conflict could be cleared up with one of these agreements, however.
Well, that's not what this says.
yeah, sorry, 8 is not in question. So,
So
you're
8 is
correct.
part of the,
So 8 is, there would be access to 8.
okay.
So there wouldn't be, so 20, and then I guess the other one with that state section, it's section 16, it sits out on that.
Okay, so since we're pondering, what's on the Wilson Park Road side, which travels back up to the end of the Dunn Creek Access Road and dead ending in section 24 right now, right? So Wilson Park Road comes back up and ends up connecting, yeah, into 24. Is there any possibility getting Wilson Park Road as 2 separate agreements?
Well, I don't see where that's at on my map.
It's not on this map.
You know where it's at?
It's on the map in the book, sort of.
Oh, okay.
There hasn't been discussions, but to open that road. There, I mean, there's been access in the past, and
Right.
it's something that we could discuss.
Do you have any opinion on that? The possibility? I know it's just
Yeah,
unqualified at this moment.
pretty hard to know. I mean, you have to go through 2 entities on that. You have to go through Trudy Dawson
Right.
now, and then the John Kerry Ranch.
There's
Kerry
carries
Brothers.
on that side too.
Yeah.
It's basically about 2 miles south of the Dunn Canyon Road, and it parallels it from the highway to that state section. It sits on the east side, then ends up connecting into the road network. But yeah, I would say that it's.
What do you want to do, guys? 1 year and.
I'd say 1 year, but I, unless you do both,
Yeah.
you're not getting access. Really, I mean.
How do you know that? They've been doing block management.
How long?
Pretty long time up there.
I don't know if it was the very beginning of the program,
Yeah.
but
Extended period though.
yeah, very, very close.
They also had more.
That just speaks of their
They had other stuff that they
willingness
dropped.
to allow public use.
And somebody, I think that's willing to work with us and allow public use, like I said, I think you gotta work with them somehow. Like I said, so it's kind of like extortion, though, if we can concoct that price. And we said it's worth $4,500. They said, well, sign me up too. You know,
And to go along with that, Lee, when you look at the checkerboarding in here in the different ways, I mean, this is definitely an area to hold hostage, piece by piece.
Oh, yeah, because of all the split ownership.
Yeah, I mean, the reality is access has gone away. It hasn't been eliminated, but it has deteriorated. And that's specifically here, but also across the highway in a bigger way.
But if you don't do both, you may not get, I mean, you really don't.
You hate to not follow the rules that we set up, though, you know, and so maybe we did it wrong. Maybe we should have, I don't know how you'd have done it different. But
And I'm not promoting this, but what would be the ramifications if we denied this?
You know, hard to say. You know, when I had the most recent conversation with them, you know, they were concerned primarily with the Forest Service taking the position of the road being unknown.
Yep.
And you know, it did come up in that conversation you know, when they were considering their options on, you know, what do we need to do to exercise, to firm up that this is a private road and that, you know, potentially we need to close this down year round to force the Forest Service's hand. That was in conversation. It was, I guess I want to put it in context. It wasn't a threat,
Right.
but it was them considering their options.
And I do know these particular carries have been very cooperative. I mean,
And they actually, well, they withdrew a bunch of block management in years past.
Yep.
Last year, they enrolled a significant portion in the Elkhorns. And so I think we're on good standing, or better standing than we probably were 10 years ago. When a significant portion was.
They're looking on their application here on page 3, where the payment thing comes down. There's one deal here says there's 13,235 acres of federal land that's being opened up. And we only gave them credit for up to 5,000. And so if we go to the level of over 10,000, that's $6,000 for that portion. So it could be a justification to go ahead this year with a 2-payment deal, because we're not compensating for the full amount of federal land that's being opened up on this application here. See what I'm saying?
Yep.
So we probably would have justification to
Add that 6,000 in.
well, if we use that, it'd be the difference, you know, we'd have the money be there to give each one of them one, or at least recommend to the director that it wasn't done appropriately, but it's probably fair. But do 2 of them.
It's not a contiguous block, so that's what that dollar amount is for. If it was 10,000 acres of contiguous block of land to be added to it, so it's still scored correctly. It's just a matter of, do you give one or both that same dollar value? So if they submitted 2 applications, and we could have run them separately, but the valuation would have come out the exact same. So
They
you would have,
each got 4,300.
you would have had two
So
agreements showing
It's
the same dollar.
justification for doing what we aren't set up to do. Is that right? And usually, it's like all these deals, you look at them one at a time, and there's probably some more. But this will have an impact. The rejection or acceptance will have an impact that'll go on. What do you guys want to do that know the country and know the people?
so the first thing is, do we want to bypass the unknown?
The road.
Yeah, well,
I mean, that's the first.
That's the current.
The one thing about the unknown, I think that's prevalent, and like I said, I've dealt with Forest Service a little bit, and they never want to get into a fight
Yeah.
because of money. Okay? Go to the Crazy Mountains, the Snowy Mountains, and any of those, and I fought the Snowy Mountain with them, and finally they backed down and said, yeah, you guys did go in there when you were 5 years old, and now you're 70, so okay. But the next fact on this thing is if this got locked up at the gate, PLWA be in there fighting it. Because there'd be enough folks
I think these
come together. I hate to throw that link in there, but
has had a history.
yes.
Yeah.
History of access flowing, and like I said, if
Both
the
ways.
PLWA would have their lawyers in there, and like I said, then it'd be the court fight, which, like I said, I think is always ridiculous, but that's my 2 cents.
So it seems if we're just addressing the issue of the unknown, I think that if this agreement is approved, there needs to be some documentation from the department that speaks to that, says that even though we're approving this, and there is no agreement that this is, at this point in time, we're not taking a stance on whether this is a public or private road. I think that needs to be probably clearly articulated in the approval.
I agree, and I know it's in there, Jason. We haven't seen the contracts, but we were told yesterday it's in there, but just a simple sentence. Recognizing that in an effort of cooperation.
Well, there's $5,500 difference between the large land deal. I agree with Jason that it doesn't fit all the parameters, but we are opening it up. And so there's some justification to do too.
But we're really not opening it up. We're safeguarding
Yeah.
the BMA.
Right.
This is where I think after this, we have to talk about that part of this process, because we are sort of under the concern of losing a BMA to
How many
approve a package.
100 days was on it?
580 something.
Yeah, I think they've had
600?
5 to 800.
Assessment said 800.
800.
Was it?
Well,
I think
so it's
So-
similar situation to Whitmer grading, and these people have shared for 25 years, and I think we can accommodate them, and you guys
So-
don't think we're setting a precedent, and everybody will be happy, let's do it.
So in the vein of where you're headed with it, Lee, with that, since this was rushed.
Yep.
I think we could also just do it under the other considerations.
Yep.
And I don't think we should do the 6.
Or you mean like we did for the guy in Big
Mhm.
Sandy?
Other consideration, 2 landowners
Yep.
sharing this split. And they were asking to double it. I mean, one way or the other, if we agree to go beyond the unknown, that's the other way you could do it.
Well, I think there's acreage enough there to justify the doubling of it. And then just for 1 year though, like Denley said with that other one we did, do it for 1 year, and then next year they can make application, both of them, or however it's kind of in trend, the whole program's kind of in, we're kind of making it up as we go along.
Although, even though we say it's 1 year, even 1 year is precedent.
But when they sign it, it doesn't give them any standing.
But let's split it up. If we give one of the entities a paddle creek, is that land open?
Well, they applied together.
What's that?
There's 2 applications, so.
There's 2 applications.
Correct, you're correct.
But
It would
it's
not
2
be-
applications
It wouldn't be open.
for X. So if we only give one, we don't get it.
No, we're not open. Right, you're right.
So we have to give 2 for the same access. Would they split
More
it?
month than any of us.
Because of the land split up.
Would they split it?
I don't think that they care whether it's one agreement or multiple, but they feel the valuation should be in the ballpark of double
Yeah.
what is currently being offered. So
And knowing the region, I would like looking to the future, and I know we're not in it, we're in now, to look at that Wilson Park side of it. And I know that involves another landowner, but it's the whole place. We looked at these in eastern Montana, and we made this connection.
Right, yeah.
We're not
Yeah,
doing that.
it has a ramification, but how do we get through this year, Ed? That's what do we do this year
I
to
mean,
keep the ball rolling?
I think you could put, we put $3,000 in that exception for this circumstance in the other one that I didn't remember last year. You guys remember that? I don't remember that, but it doesn't matter. We did it. Anyway, we could do something like that and meet them halfway for 1 year and then try to go forward with it. The other thing about the deadline on Palace, you have to have it in X time before the next PLPW meeting.
It's roving, but we don't have capacity to, and that's another part of the discussion is the arm rules say, at least 6 weeks prior, there's no way.
But like in this case, one decision, and we can have a Zoom meeting, Jason, before the end of July and approve it. You could. If that was still under negotiation for the carries.
So what's your proposal then, to do the 4,350 plus 3,000 and split it?
yeah, it's hard for me to say.
You got it.
All that I've got is that the 4350,
Isn't enough.
if that's split, that's not enough, but that for each entity is sufficient. Anything in between, you know, we'd have to go to the landowners to.
You think they'd do it if we just went 4350 plus 3, give them 7,800 split 2 ways, it'd give them 37, something would be within $500 a piece, same amount. Then we could be a little parsimonious too.
So in statute, of course, everything is negotiation. And then the second fact is that you guys are making a recommendation. So whatever your recommendation is may or may not be changed by the director. Correct. Go ahead, Carl.
I'd like to clarify this. What if we go back, do one agreement for 84, 150 or whatever it is? And then, so there's only one agreement, because if we start doing two, I think we're getting into as George Bush would put it, a slippery slope. You know, and say waive the deadline, go back and make one agreement for both entities. Is that?
That's why we ran it as one project original, to try and keep it.
There's 2 applications though, right?
There are 2 separate applications.
So the department, Region 3, put them together to make it easier for you guys to try to understand what's going on.
Really helped.
So, I mean, that's what they were trying to do. So they have 2 separate applications. So they're just trying to evaluate what the project's gonna be and as a whole. So they're trying to say that it's valued at $4,800 for one application, so that needs to be applied to the other application. I mean.
Okay, so, Bill, Carey Brothers Partnership is who?
The president would be Vince Carey and his brothers.
And Dunn Canyon Cattle Company is who?
Chris and Sandy Carey and their sons.
And, okay. So that's why they combined the pink and the yellow together, because they're the same. I was just looking at this road, there's 3 different entities on the road. So now you're looking at that one is like what, 200 yards?
Yeah, it just cuts a corner. And that's.
Goes through somebody's yard. His wife's gonna be mad for that.
I just don't want to have 3.
So
All of
in
a
theory,
sudden.
yeah, you could have what? 1, 2, 3, 4.
4 with Bull Mountain once you start passing through.
Except for Chris and Sandy and the Bull Mountain Grazing Company, those entities do not have leases on the public land.
Right now.
Sure.
Well, there's $5,500 in that acreage thing that we haven't used. So if there's a way to justify that, so if they each made application and they each qualified for 3,800 to 5,000 acres, there's justification with that, right, Jason, to pay the other one out. And then there's 2. For 1 year, and then we'll get it straightened out next year.
I think I would, if we're gonna go forth with this, I really would like to go with what Ed suggested and probably put this in another category. And even though, just give us some time, or give the council some time to kind of look through this, and Ron or whoever else, as we move through this, can get us some more information as we move into the next in the next iteration of applications. To establish 2 different contracts. Again, even if we tell them it's 1 year, we still are setting precedent to some degree. And I just am a little nervous about where that may take us. Because I could easily see where and it was alluded to before, there's 4 landowners on here. So what happens next year? we get 4 applications. Do we honor those? I mean, to give some time just to kind of think through this a little bit more. I'd like to go with 1. And if we have to modify it with the other, go there.
So just change the bonus add-on to 4. And it's the same difference, 1 agreement as it was applied.
Yep.
Instead of 3, that was a
What do you
random
mean,
number.
just put the other special consideration one, raise it up, we still save $1,500 if we use the acreage. And
Well, and we're justifying that acreage that isn't contiguous.
Right. Yeah.
By total.
yeah, I agree, we can do that, but then you still gotta write 2 checks, or else, what do you do, pin it up in the bar and let it tight over it?
We would have 2 agreements.
That'd probably work with our.
We'd have 2 contracts.
Well, for 1 year, and then maybe we can rethink the situation and say, when you have 3 or 4 landowners that are blocking a road, they have to come to an agreement and come to us with kind of what they have worked out in advance.
If you had 3 or 4, it wouldn't qualify under the 2-mile rule.
Well, it could, depending on how far away that first landowner is from the location. But I think we're gonna run into more of these where there will be landowners that go to get, one will say, well, he's getting some money, I'm not gonna let the people come
Well,
from my stretch.
You could have that happen right here,
Yeah.
Denley, on the other side on the Whitetail Road. I mean, very easily, it's a shorter
You gotta
distance.
get by this one, guys, what
I
are you
know.
gonna do?
But from what he's saying,
Yeah.
somebody might on the Whitetail side say,
Yeah,
hey,
well, they can claim the same.
I only got a
acreage.
mile.
You got a lease over there, they can say, hey, I'll lease you those guys' grass.
But I mean, that way let them kind of fight out the battle before we
What do you wanna
have
do,
to be
Dale?
put through this.
Well, I just threw out my thought where I think we go. I think we should offer them 1 contract, add $4,000 in the other, and make sure we have it justified why we have good notes in terms of why that $4,000 is being put in there. And then have some time to think about this before the next.
Maybe the director can straighten it all out.
well,
Jason and the director can figure it out and deal and go, here's what we need to do.
We definitely need an application that says just because we approve this doesn't mean that we
We want it,
think this is a public road.
we want it to
Or a
go
private
forward and go somehow or other.
again, to me, like I said in the beginning, if you could get a good cooperative understanding going in this area, it's very valuable.
Very valuable.
Yeah.
And that's why. 500 man hours.
Oh, it made me sick when I read the whole thing and went through it with Colleen. It's like, this is not a simple one.
The 1 contract, adding 4,000 is what we agreed to.
Is there, if they make 2 separate applications, is that part of this or not? The way you present it? Was there another application did you go through the due diligence on the other one, or did you just?
It's the same road, so the 2 landowners got permission and then they both applied separately.
Right.
So we could be looking at basically 2 lines in your chart, scoring each of them separately, which
If it had
it came
been
out.
Carey Brothers and Dunn Canyon or how it worked, then it would have been comes 2 lines and we just done a Whitmere Grazing Association.
And Bill and Colleen have had the interaction with these people. I mean, do you think that is something that they would be okay with, understanding that we're kind of in an area of unknown right now? We're kind of tiptoeing through this process right now, and we really need to get a little more information, but to honor their request for now, this is what we would be okay with for this year.
Well, if they made 2 applications.
Yeah.
We combined them, it's our challenge.
But
Can we-
if they
can we
made
offer
2
this to-
applications, are they gonna be okay if we say, you know what, we're just gonna go with 1 and this is how we're gonna deal with this? This is what our recommendation is. I mean, Bill or Colleen may say, no, they're just not gonna go with that. And that would be good information to have
We're gonna have to
now.
write 2 checks.
Right, let's just go back to two agreements and say, okay, we gathered them together, let's split them out and pay it.
Except they combined them because they don't,
We're talking the same piece of country.
Department to combine them, not these folks.
well, I know that, but the reason you combine them is because they didn't, wasn't it just one access? It's just one access, isn't that why they combined them?
Yeah, they don't, the individuals themselves aren't a part of the associate, they're not the leaseholders on the public, their association is the leaseholder.
So we're trying to comply with the rule, that's why we combined them, to comply with our original rules under Pella.
Statute, yeah.
Yeah, I think for the future, is it better one agreement or 2? Because 2, like I said, could be 4.
I think we gotta have one agreement per chunk.
Because what could happen down the road, and I'm not saying it wouldn't be an easy thing, but they could split up a piece of land knowing it's on a road and they can game the system, put it in the daughter's name and then put it in the brother's name.
But they have to have a lease, that's the part that is why
But-
they,
And in that same vein, if they have the lease, it's locked. If somebody wants to access from the other side. I mean, it's really a muddled picture for these. There's only the leasee that has, at this point, you know, the right to appellate agreement. So what I was saying about Whitetail Lane isn't true if they don't lease on that side.
Correct.
So then you'd have to change the law. Which is another thing we might have to think about because really you could play this a lot of ways to maximize it. And I don't blame them. They're trying to maximize what's offered through the programs. I don't blame them.
They didn't rent the road.
Yeah. And we're here trying to figure out these sideboards as we agree or don't agree as we consider these. And it ain't that simple. Especially with our criteria. So the question is it better to do one as it's one access
and one leasee, right?
and then just offer them the split on the money that they can work out however they do? What do you think as a landowner, Lee?
I don't know, we have a large disparate, disconcerted family group too. So I don't know what you do. It's kind of up to these guys. I'd say if they made 2 applications, the simplest way to do it, it's within what we're proposing, within, what is it? $350 or the same amount of money, or 850, what is it?
Yeah.
You know, so if they made 2 applications and we combined them, we gotta write 2 checks anyway. Let's do 1 year and then the fight starts next year again. Then the other, if there's 2 other people in there that, you know, you never know what the hell's gonna come up with, but it's they have been habitually allowing access, right? Whether it was theirs or it wasn't or whatever. They never fought with anybody until we offered them an opportunity to get a check.
And I don't think these 2 guys are fighting now. They're cooperating.
Yeah, very much so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it's $850 difference one way or the other. It's whatever. Bill's got to give us a recommendation, or whoever went and negotiated like Tim did. What's their expectation? If they made 2 applications and they saw the numbers, was it $43.50 or $48.50?
43.
So
And both applications,
I think we're in agreement on that.
yeah, let's
Money.
just pay it.
But it is a good question as to whether we approve it as 1 or 2.
Well, if they made application individually, we should approve it that way.
except they have to have a lease, and that's what
Well, they do.
one does.
Well,
Next year
No,
we get 4,
they
what
both
do we
split
do then? Lee?
Both applicants have leases.
The leases, they split them.
The other two entities that have given permission do not. Bull Mountain Grazing Association and then Chris and Sandy Carey individually do not have leases, but the two applicants do.
Give them two and then negotiate one next time.
Or however you wanna do it, fine.
But they made two applications,
Yeah,
you know,
we were the ones that simplified it.
and then negotiate this, just say next time where it's basically one entity, two partnerships there. Then we're only gonna do one, but
We'll
if
write the check to the Catholic Church in Boulder.
With an annotation that it does not, recognize it as a private road, because that's the unknown.
So can I ask Bill a question? Just clarifying, the Forest Service is all leased by Bull Mountain Grazing, correct?
No, it's leased by the individual ranching entities. So the Bull Mountain Grazing is an entity that's made up of basically the same ranchers that have the leases on the Forest Service, but it's separate. It deals with the grazing on the private land. And that entity does not have any lease with the Forest Service for grazing. So it would be Dunn Canyon Cattle Company and Carey Brothers that are the entities that have the lease. And there's other ranchers that have lease on the Forest Service.
It's a good thing they're not applying for a special tag.
Yeah. That'd be your dandy. You don't even wanna go there, just this one doesn't
There isn't
qualify.
one there, so
This one doesn't qualify.
I don't know
get
how
any
you apply.
I guess I understood it to be one leaseholder on the Forest Service, and I understood that was why it was done as one project, one application.
No, that's not the case. There's multiple leases on the forest, and I think the reason why it was valued as one, at least from my perspective, is that it was one access project, and that we took a conservative approach at valuing it with the thought that this group may see it different. But
So how about if we go forward with one? It's obviously to the discretion of the director. We go forward with one with the add-on to accommodate the need that was requested afterward. Since that's how the department presented it to us.
Sounds good to me.
And they can decide if they should do one or two. The director within the department.
Part of the justification is it's only providing one access.
Right. Which is already a block management access.
Yep. I so moved.
Good with that?
Second.
Thumbs up.
Okay, we'll take a break
Make a note that it was unanimous.
That puts you in a bad spot. I can tell it is quite high.
sorry, everybody.
We'll let Lee go do, no, Ed can go do the
No,
talking.
to Bill's credit though, I mean, you're the one who's identifying the opportunity. And that's the reality. You're trying to work within this structure that's trying to be refined. And so are we, we're trying to refine it, but you find it.
Yeah.
And that's the important
Then
part.
he's gotta come in here and re-Google it all out.
And
Oh, yeah. Yeah, now go back out and tell them, no, we're not gonna do it that way.
you just emphasize to them.
I
though,
changed my mind.
Yeah,
we
that's
want it to
tough.
be a good working relationship for the future in all aspects. You know,
That's the key, I think, looking out to the future, that 500 hunting days, that's a lot of people.
I thought it was 800.
between 500 and 800.
It was enough. And if it was clear, it might be better. So if you can get those other sections pretty soon, that will help.
And that's close to the amount of both.
And that's where the big ones all are, is in there. You put that on your website somewhere. It says, come here. This is where the big ones all are.
What's the ownership on the pink? Is it different landowners there? I mean,
That's the grazing association.
Mean we're not done with this one yet?
Now we're
Yeah, we're done.
Then we're done.
So just so I'm clear, you're suggesting one agreement, but both landowners should receive the 4350. That's what
And
everybody.
the 4350 is mentioned as special consideration.
Then in all of our PALA agreements, it basically says anything, and the landowners are agreeing it too, but it does not establish or diminish a right for public use.
And just a footnote on this one, that's an extra emphasis.
Yeah,
I mean, it's the only one we've looked at that's unknown.
yeah.
We had one last year that was unknown similarly, but we didn't
We didn't do it.
he didn't recommend to do it. It just sat there for a year, basically. And the director agreed to that as well. So we see them happening, and it'll probably happen more as the program continues to go.
Ed, do you think that those other two landowners that you drive through, you know, these people talk, you think they're gonna say, hey, we're gonna jump on the bandwagon and
They don't have leases.
In our book.
They don't have leases though.
There's 2 road access agreements between Chris and Sandy Carey and Duncan, granting a perpetual non-excluded right of ingress and egress. So they've already given that up. And the next page has one with Bull Mountain Grazing Company. So I think we'll never be over 2.
They don't have leases on the forest.
So-
They don't show it, but it comes down here and connects to.
All right,
Down.
let's take 10 minutes and get some more coffee and recharge. We'll have Derek up.
So we have more in.
I saved mine.
Thank you, Colleen.
Who's got to run with that?
No more coffee for me.
What's that?
I don't remember where.
Mike, people.
Did you get the Department of Revenue?
I don't know, I kind of hit gold and got up there early and the governor was just sitting there BS, so I got to tell him about it. And Mike
out with that.
All right.
The two.
This one, we did this one last time.
So the first couple are renewals, and then we have two new ones and then a renewal.
That's a renewal.
Did it? We did one, gee, I remember that, I'm like, yeah. Are you
All right.
sure?
We're back live at our meeting here.
You get to use that once.
Derek Miller here to my right, the hunting access coordinator out of Region 4. We've got 5 projects, 3 are renewals and 2 are brand new, but they're relatively straightforward. So I think we've got the complicated stuff out of the way. So turn it over to Derek.
Okay, so we'll go in sequential order. It's in your book. We'll start with AJ Curry Ranch. This is a renewal from last year. It opens up about 7,000 acres of inaccessible or under accessible land in hunting district 410. 2 parcels, one to the west of the road, one to the east of the road. About a quarter-mile walk from the parking area to reach those parcels, and then the landowner agrees to allow access. There's a BLM trail on the west parcel. They'll allow game retrieval with permission. Pretty good antelope, upland game bird, primarily sage grouse, sharp-tailed grouse, and mule deer area. There are some elk in this area, but it's not the major epicenter of the elk population in hunting district 410. So you can also see the gray along the road. That is the AJ Curry block management area as well. So they are long-term block management cooperators. And that BMA averages around 550 hunter days a year. This last year, it was at 700 hunter days. So a lot of use. And for the valuation, they're looking at a 10-year agreement. It came to $7,900 per year. Last year, we valued the project at $5,750. So they received a little bit of a bump from last year's agreement. The main reason for that change is the 10-year agreement gives them a little extra. And then also last year, we were focusing more on the actual grazing lease acreage and not the total acreage opened up for access. So they received a pretty good bump for 7,000 to 10,000 acres of contiguous access.
Well, you're giving them credit for the stuff that's on the west side, or they eat both sides, it's
Both.
additional, that, well, it's somebody else's lease, but they can access it through a 2-track trail or something. Right.
The only concern I had on this one is that, this little note that says currently mule deer and animal populations are below objective.
They're at or below objective.
Eric, I have a question for you. The reservoir, the big reservoir on there, what's the name of that? You know,
I think that's gonna be War Horse.
and isn't there public access into that reservoir?
One second, Gail. I'm sorry, no, that large reservoir, the one off to the west there, that's not a fishery or a public access. War Horse is much farther. You can barely see it on the periphery on the far east.
Okay, I knew there was one in that area that happened, and I didn't know where it was, and my question was.
Really, in the future, these ponds, I need to take that layer off. Most of these are ephemeral, you know, and in a droughty year like this year, they'll be dry.
And there's no public access into these parcels, and I mean, not through Curry's, but through other, like from the north, there's not other public access into these parcels.
There isn't, the east one you'll see there's a county road on the east of the parcel, but it's greater than 2 miles. Yep, and the west, I guess, you could technically say the same, but it's about 5 miles.
Okay.
Stay in there.
I think if you unfold the whole map, War Horse is way to the east.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's way to the east.
classic. Done good.
Thumbs up.
Move the adoption, yep.
21's 10 years, and that's
10 years.
Now, if the program folds in 6,
He wouldn't get paid the last 4 years of his contract.
that's what I thought. I just wanted.
Just like us.
And he's aware of that too. We had that discussion that it's contingent on funding going forward.
Just, yeah, it's all a matter of whether or not the legislature authorizes the money.
So moving on to the next one. The next project is American Prairie Reserve PN Ranch. This is Hunting District 426, just south of the Missouri River and northwest of Winifred. This is a re-enrollment from last year. It's 2 parcels of DNRC that they have the grazing lease on. About 3,000 acres total. The reason why the access road is shown as yellow, and this is, we had some discussion on this last year, so this might spark some recollection, is because it has a seasonal closure on it. So they're closing it for rifle season to April 1st. It's open year round as far as access to it, so folks can drive from April 1st all the way to rifle season and through archery season to access those parcels. But they're stopping on back at the PN Bridge Road during rifle season in the winter months. That's primarily because of the condition of the road. It's a very primitive road. Once we have snowfall in the rifle season, it's just gonna cause a lot of damage to the road. Last year, that really didn't seem to impact use. We did periodic car counts of the parking area. An estimated use would be 400 plus hunter days or more. The BMA itself, which is type 2, you can see all the gray shadowing, that's their deeded land. It's type 2 and it's open 5 days a week, and it had 250 hunter days just on it.
But this one is open 7 days a week.
It is, yep. Year round, 7
Additionally,
days a week.
They, at one time, they put some extra restrictions on, like, copper bullets or have you, does that do anything to our 100 days or anything, or does that even exist anymore?
So, I think on their bison harvest, they require that.
Right.
But that's not a statement on the BMA map for the deeded land. And it certainly is not, wouldn't apply to the PAL line.
Perfect.
We've established with the APR that once they enroll their property, it's hard for our enforcement people to enforce that rule about having non-toxic lead or non-toxic ammo. So
Yeah.
So that's one reason why it's not on their block management stuff. So.
And to get down to the payment, they're going for a 1-year contract. This year, the valuation is $5,350. Last year, their contract was $6,750. They're accepting of this payment moving forward for this contract cycle.
So again, just for clarification. The parking area on the PN Bridge Road.
Correct.
That's after October 15th. They can't go any further than that.
Correct.
Can't drive.
Can't drive.
Motorized.
But they can walk.
They can use e-bikes, just standard pedal bikes, horseback, where they can walk.
We let them use horses.
And you don't think that affected the use?
There's a subset of hunters that are very focused on being able to drive and access these public lands, and there's a subset of hunters that are looking for areas specifically that don't really have motorized use. It was certainly individuals focusing on more remote parcels, large parcels, and searching for trophy mule deer that were utilizing this project last year.
Has there been any discussion with the APR folks about changing this and saying they have the opportunity to close it down once the weather conditions are such, or is that too much of a headache to change, midstream?
I think it's too much of a headache. They don't have staff down there, and we don't really have staff that can be that responsive.
It's, I don't like the distance. I mean, it'd be a heck of a hike, but no one's gonna really hike in and follow the road the way it is. If they wanna hunt, the northwest corner of that, they're gonna cut across more than likely, I would think, but,
I observed several guys that were using waders. They were going from the PN Bridge Road parking lot, just walking to the Judith, putting waders on, crossing, and then going up to the parcel.
How many acres does APR control now?
I don't know.
Several hundred thousand.
I think the last
Think that
estimate
one
was
property in Valley County.
close to 200,000. Do you know?
I think their private is around 200,000 and they control over 500,000 total with their public lands.
With leases.
Don't quote
Look
me
it
on
up on the
that.
Gazette.
Yeah,
5 days ago they had it.
to me, it's just a solid project. I mean, again, I have some concerns with the lack of vehicular access in parts of it. I'd like to see that more open, but those are the rules they've established. My feeling is that we recommend acceptance of this.
Ed brought up a great point when we were doing the regional review. You'll see that road actually hits a northwest parcel of state. It goes through that for the last parking area. Technically, that would apply to the Pala as well, not for this year because they didn't apply in that manner. I think what they thought is since it is accessible from the river, it doesn't qualify, but it does. So next year, moving forward, we might see inclusion of that parcel as well.
There's gonna be more of them, as time goes on, that was the intent of it.
Yep.
Their added benefit is we picked their private land up into block as well.
We did, yeah. Yeah, I think that this particular one was 30,000 acres deeded that we added into block management. And they're expanding that too. They're opening up in the spring now for spring turkey.
And one of the things we talked about, Derek, is the impact on other landowners in that area because of perception. I was concerned about an agreement due to the other conflicts in the area with APR. And you mentioned none.
None. No, I haven't heard any complaints from any of our other cooperators or any issues related to it.
We've had quite a few agreements with the APR, even in Region 6 for block, at least prior to fallow and prior to this one. But yeah, I know what you're saying. It's very specific to the area. Yeah.
Yeah, you have to treat them as another landowner.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And I was just wondering, I know we would do that.
Yeah.
I just wondered how, I know if you go over into 7, it's a little different. Maybe.
They haven't got there yet.
Public perception.
Plus it
Okay.
says there's been complaints on the mule deer.
Everybody's good with that one?
Yeah.
So the third project is a new project. This is with Boone and Crockett Ranch. It's a really good project. We've had access to the Forest Service via an access corridor agreement with the block management program for several years. But it's been an issue. We've had issues with compliance. Some of the locals in the area still believe the road to be a public road, even though in your packet you will see the results of the case going to the Supreme Court, which it was deemed a private road. There was not a prescriptive easement on it. So yeah, we've just had compliance issues with folks signing in. Under the access corridor, they have to sign in when they enter the property or enter that private road. And then they tear off the stub, and upon returning, they're supposed to write how many days they were on the property or parked on the property. Because ultimately, the majority of hunters that are utilizing this, they're not day hunting. They're using it as an access point to the wilderness. So they're parking and horseback in or backpacking in. But compliance returning those stubs has been fairly low. So this is really just a great project to address that and address as a result the enforcement issue that came about because people weren't signing in to access it. It's pretty remote. It takes a while to get there, from Great Falls. It's close to 2-hour drive. So response times are really slow to get up there when there is an issue, and it distracts enforcement from other areas. So it addresses the fall hunting season compliance issue. And then if you've read through your package, just the history of that road, after the Supreme Court case decision that it was private, the Forest Service also pursued a long-term access agreement to it. They couldn't secure that on the Boone and Crockett Ranch. All they could secure was a little, third of a mile, quarter mile chunk on the adjacent land.
I have a question about that.
Yeah.
If we approve this, will the Forest Service drop that thing, or will they
Drop what? I'm sorry.
the access agreement that they have?
No, because that's basically that little access agreement on Kratz Brothers is the landowner. That's seen as a permanent easement they have between July 1 and October 15. Yeah. So it'll be accessible through motorized use all the way to the Forest Service, July 1 through October 15. At which time it'll close, and that's how it's worked for the access corridor. And they'll park back in the parking area. And then that's a primitive 2-track, that turquoise trail. You couldn't really drive it under, the weather conditions typically that time of year, but they'll horseback, e-bike, or pedal bike in, or bike. And just to kind of the isolation of this area, your closest access points to the south would be Blackleaf, that's about 5 miles, and to the north would be Swift Dam, which is 8 miles. So this is the only access point that we have to this 57,000 acre chunk of national forest. And the Forest Service is excited that we may have a 3-year agreement allowing year-round use to the Forest Service.
What was the
20
rationale?
cents an acre.
What was the rationale between July 1 to October 15 for the Forest Service?
There is probably a lot of factors incorporated in. I don't really see it as a wintering concern or, protecting a wildlife resource closure. I think it was probably just because of the condition of that road with late runoff. Yep. And a caveat related to the runoff, I'll go down to the valuation. They're looking for a 3-year agreement. It came to $11,500 per year. And then they'd like $1,000 per year, so $3,000 total in potential reimbursement for maintenance to forts. So they've maintained those utilizing block management money in the past. Right when it comes off the Red County Road in the northeast corner, that's Johnson's Crossing. That's where it crosses North Fork to Pillier Creek. And then right before the parking area, it also crosses North Fork to Pillier Creek. And as a result of the flooding that we've had in really intense runoff events in the last 10 years, North Fork to Pillier Creek's very unstable. So the channel's constantly migrating back and forth. So every year they've had to go in there and push quite a bit of gravel around. So they are asking for up to $1,000 reimbursement per year for forward maintenance.
How much was the access corridor payment?
I think $1,500. Yeah, it's $560 per hunter day with both bonuses.
Yeah, it's reduced price. It's half of what block management is. Half of it.
Question, when they do those fords, do they get a 310 permit or do some checking with you guys, or how do they set up their maintenance on that?
So technically, they're doing it in the dry, so it doesn't require a 310 permit. When the system stabilizes more, the second crossing, they actually had a bridge on, and they would like to put that bridge back in place, and they understand that that'll require, I think, 424, right? Army Corps of Engineers permit and potentially a 310 permit.
404.
404, yeah, that sounds right. But it's so unstable now. We discussed it. It's not worth investing $100,000 and more in a bridge at this point. So that's Boone Crockett Ranch. Any questions about that one?
Where's their headquarters on this map?
It would be probably 4 miles northeast. Yeah, the BMA, this is just a small portion of the BMA that's being shown on the map, that like gray shading. It extends.
How long have they been cooperators forever? Everything?
Yeah, since they acquired the ranch.
Thumbs up.
A lot of money, but a lot of land.
Yeah, not much for what you get,
Okay.
Yeah, I never see a lot of recreation aside from hunting. There's people hiking it and go ice climbing in the winter time. It's pretty incredible.
Do they still operate as a cattle ranch, or is it just?
Yep.
Okay.
They do. Alright, on to the next one. This is Mike's Ranch. This is a new project as well. A little bit over 800 acres between Ulm and Cascade, right on the Missouri River. And this one's been an issue because, as you can see from the map, it appears that the state land touches the county road. When you zoom in on that point, unfortunately, the parking area is covering that up. It does not. If you range it off from the actual cadastral line to the road, it's 50 yards. And I think that there's probably a little bit of a projection error there, where it's projecting it farther east than it should, based on the fence lines. So it's likely 100 yards from the county road. But it does not appear to be connected to the county road right away. Supported by DNRC, however, just a disclaimer, DNRC said that they do not have money to survey it, so they haven't surveyed it.
You had checked with the county.
Yep.
On the right of way.
Yep. It's been an enforcement issue. Hunters have pushed the issue, parking there. As a result, the gates have been locked and a new fence has been built. So this would really, I feel like this is exactly what this program's for, to open up access to these areas that are, highly contentious. We've validated that there's not public access to the best of our abilities right now. And it's a great little parcel. It's not large, it's 800 acres compared to a lot of our other projects, but you have a tremendous resource here as far as the Missouri River, and then also just that riparian zone.
Is there a cabin?
There is a cabin.
How do you access that?
I think through a long-term lease.
Oh,
Yeah, there's a trail, there's a 2-track that you can vaguely see that cuts through.
Cuts through the diagonal.
Yep.
Yeah.
So this is a 1-year contract, only open during the hunting season, fall hunting season, so September 1 through waterfowl season, July 15th would be the access. Or, January 15th. And valuation came $2,600.
Move we approve it.
There's
Yep.
Okay, and then the final one, this is a re-enrollment from last year. Part of the, or was part of the Murphy Cooley Block Management Area. It's a 360 acre parcel of BLM. Year-round access to it, although the focus will be fall hunting. It's native grasses and sagebrush, mainly upland bird, antelope, and some mule deer opportunity. Last year, we contracted it at $3,250. This year, it would fall under the flat rate payment, so it'd be $1,050. And Betty Worley's asking for a 5-year agreement to align with her block management contract.
Don't have to do any road work or anything on this one.
How much use do you think that got, Derek?
You know, the BMA is high use. BMA is around 550 hunter days a year. So it was certainly used. That's one of the primary access points right there. Honestly, it's not bad habitat for upland game birds. There's a lot of sharptail there, and you can find some huns. Yeah.
So it's mostly bird.
Mostly birds. I mean, even 360 acres sounds small, relatively speaking, but when you think of a half section, it's a half mile by a mile. So there can be antelope there frequently, mule deer as well.
Eric, are those the parking area, those already there, or are they just, do we do any development of parking area?
So this is a re-enrollment, so we do already have signage there. We put in a sign kind of at the beginning that says designated route with an arrow that directs them. And then in this case, it's really straightforward, but if you would have a fork that came off, that we'd have a sign there as well. Then the parking area has a metal sign. And I don't know about the other regions. In Region 4, we've gone in and just knocked down the grass during the hunting season.
Okay.
Yep, not a huge area, but we try to get at least, one car space and knock it down. So that's all I have for you.
Can we approve that one?
That one.
I think so, yeah.
I'm fine with it.
I think you're not as controversial.
Yeah, thanks to the Supreme Court.
Yeah, there,
Bring that Region 3 one up.
10 pages of court decision.
Yeah. I just wanted to say one thing about working with Derek on those previews. You know, he was very well organized and very, had all the answers, and I appreciated how straightforward you had it.
Thank you.
It was easy to go through, and yeah, just a good job.
That was my experience too with the regional people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well done, professionals.
Okay, Mr. Nixdorf, are you with us?
I am
Sounds great.
present and accounted for.
Good deal. So many of you know Dale Nixdorf. He's our Region 5, so the Billings Office Hunting Access Coordinator. Dale's got just a handful of projects, nothing new. So we probably should be able to fly through these relatively quickly. So it's all you, Dale.
Okay. I'm just going to go through these in the order that they were in that summary packet. Jason, is that correct?
Please.
Okay, so the first one up would be Mike Gruel. It's 160 acres, so it's a flat rate, but I did go through the, back up to the map there. So this one, and I've got a different map to show you too. So this one in green is Mike Gruel's. This 320 is his sister's, Nancy Elliott. Common Road, I'll just switch over to that other map here. So Common Road coming in here, crosses, this is Mike Gruel's. And then we go through a bit of their brother, Jim's, and then we go back into Mike's and then into Nancy's here. So this other one here is Nancy Elliott's, and this piece here actually is still BLM. It's an error in our public lands layer that I've notified our GIS folks, so they are working on getting that coloration fixed.
So back to the Mike Gruel application. Like I said, 160 acres. And as you saw on that other map, both of them are enrolled in block management. The property's been in since 99, I believe. So I did go through the scoring, even though it's going to be a flat rate. And the scores, the lower scores are mainly tied to the size of the property. So we get down here, 160 acres would be the 525 flat rate. And been a fair amount of discussion between me and Mike and Nancy on road improvements. So they would like, both of them would like to do a multi-year agreement. In Nancy's application, which I'll get to next, she originally did it as a 1 year and put in the bare minimum that she thought of truckloads of gravel to fix two of the worst spots in the road. But in subsequent conversations with both of them, they would be interested in a 3-year agreement to be able to do more work on road improvements on that road. So.
Sure, you guys kind of look at these two as, so this one and the next one kind of as one project because it's one road network.
Yeah, so one road until you get to here, and then it splits to get to their respective parcels.
What we paid last year on this?
We paid $3,500 each last year.
Okay.
I think these were a large part of the discussion of going to the flat rates were these two parcels because of the amounts that were paid.
What will the new number be? Will it be just flat rate, 1,050 now then?
Pardon me?
What will the new rates be? Will they go to a flat rate, 1,050?
So it would be for Mike's, it would be $525 per year for the agreement, and then the up to $1,000 in reimbursements for road repair. So if they did that, if you have recommended the 3-year agreement and that was approved, then a total project for the 3 years would be $1,575 plus $3,000, so $4,575 for the full 3-year agreement.
This is part of a block management area.
Correct. Well, it was.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
Yes,
when you say it was, are they not enrolling this next year?
Yes, I've gotten contracts. What I meant by that was last year we redrew the boundaries to draw the public lands outside of the BMA boundaries on all of these pallets. So it's not showing within the BMA boundary anymore.
Right. But it's still part of the pasture or whatever that's
Yeah.
in the BMA.
Yep,
So,
correct, Dale.
With that being said, would an individual, if they weren't hunting the BMA area, would a reasonable person go to Mike's place just to hunt?
I believe in my assessments, my feeling is that most of the use of these will be incidental to the block management areas. So they're there hunting the BMAs, but then also going on to the public lands. They are proposed to be open year round. But by and large, I think the majority of the use is going to be during the hunting season, fall hunting season, while they're hunting the BMAs.
What was the cost on the Gruel Pala? Is it I thought I read on here $100,000, huh?
$525 for year-round motorized access to the field.
Except for the
So
road
small.
improvement.
Yeah.
Except for the additional road improvement.
But we'd also be improving the road to the block management.
Correct.
Can we lump these two together and just approve them?
It's along the lines of the previous conversation on the Dunn Canyon, but I would prefer to keep them separate because of, let me go to this other map. Because the way the road splits and then you go into their respective individual properties to get to them, I think it would be cleaner to keep them as separate.
Well, and the two different parcels are leased by different entities, right?
That is correct. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, to me, there's some distinct differences that make them unique to the Bull Mountain property.
Yeah. Yes, that's correct, Dale. They are each shown separately on the BLM permits.
And for Nancy Elliott, it's a few more acres, but it's really in the big scheme of things, you're looking at 1,390 acres for that. I mean, it's just not a lot of money, and to me, they fall within the sideboards of what a caliper program is supposed to achieve.
Well, she gets another $250 a year.
Yeah, so the difference in payment would be what they get, what the flat rate payment is for 160 acres versus what it is for 320. So 525 for the 160 and 790 for the 320.
Both as 3 years, both with the improvements.
Cheap land next to a big population area.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's right, Carl.
so both will move forward as presented, Dale, with the $3,000 improvements for 3
Okay.
years.
All right.
Probably skip down to Sunset.
Yep. So Sunset Colony, and I believe Jason updated the summary sheet to reflect this, but Sunset Colony, it's a renewal. And there are 2 sections of DNRC here. So they did 2 application fees, 2 applications. So I did them as basically 2 assessments and 2 payments at the flat rate for the 640 acres. Here's their BMA here. And got one road in from here, but then it splits to get to the 2 respective sections of DNRC. This one is for both sections. He only wants to be open from October 1st until March 31st. And that has to do with the person that actually, I believe they have it subleased for the cattle grazing. And he didn't want to have it open while those cows were out there. So they're off before October 1st.
Dale, any sense of how much use it's got last year?
Not the 2 sections in and of themselves, and I believe this is pretty similar to the previous ones where most of the use is going to be during the fall hunting season, incidental to their BMA. And last year, the BMA got 398 hunter days.
Is this in block management, the deeded land that adjoins it?
It is in block management. Here, this gray here, the management area.
Well, on this one, the leases are in one party.
Well, he's I don't know how this works from the DNRC perspective, but he's got the paperwork showing him as the lessee. But then they've got some sort of sublease agreement where a neighbor can run cows on there.
On both of them or just the one?
Both of them.
That in itself would not, in my eyes, constitute the need for 2 agreements. The fact that the lands are subleased to different grazing people, it does nothing for the ownership of the lands. But that's not an argument for or against having two agreements. I just don't think that's really a factor in terms of saying, well, that's why we've split them out. I don't really know if it's.
No, Dale, that's not why they were split out. They were split out for one, that he did the two applications. And the only reason I mentioned the cattle grazing was that's why he wants the dates that they are, October 1st to March 31st. For all recreation purposes as well. So that clarification that I got from him should have been in the packet that you got to see.
So why though two agreements? I guess I'm a little confused. If we're talking the same ranch, the same, really the lessee, why not have one agreement with double the number of acres identified?
We struggle, as you all have, with what constitutes one agreement, what constitutes multiple agreements. And I guess in my mind, I looked at this as the access to one or the other is not dependent on the other parcel. So if you got a project where you've got one piece of public land that they have to go through to get to the private property behind it to get to the next one, that next parcel of public land is dependent on that first one. So in my mind, I just kind of rationalized that that's not the case here. So would it be better to do two individual ones?
I would have to say I don't really like that. I mean, again, I see that snow falling down the road where it's like, oh, you know what, we've got different parcels. This one takes you to this piece of public land and the road keeps going. So it's not dependent on the other one. And now we're gonna have two agreements. I really think we should have one agreement here.
I agree. I agree too.
And the one agreement would cut his payment down, right?
Yep.
Correct.
Cut it in half,
Correct.
but not quite, I guess.
By a little bit. Last year, he got $2,750.
And that was for both parcels?
Correct.
And what would it be if we had just one contract?
So we wouldn't get any of the
We have that.
additive payment, enrollment payment of $250. He's not open September 1 to January 1, so it would only, and this is what I did last year. The September 1, it wouldn't be open until October 1, so we would lose basically a quarter of that September 1 to January timeframe. So that would be $750 for fall hunting. So we're up to 1,000. $250 if all permitted activities are allowed. So we're up to $1,250. And it's motorized access at least to the boundary of the state land. So where are we there?
Should be 500 for the acreage. I think. Was it
Be
12?
1280 acres. So the motorized part of it, he'd be at another 350. So we're at 1,000 plus 1,250 plus 350 is 1,600. So if I did the math right, I think that's where it would end, 1,600.
We'd save $500. by making him do one.
You know, to me, it's not about the money savings. It's more about what is our precedent here? Where's this gonna take us down the road? And for that reason, I think we should have one agreement, knowing that it's gonna reduce his payment by 25% approximately, but at the same time, I think it would be cleaner to do this and would set us up better for future agreements down the road.
I agree with the precedent setting on this one because they're not far short.
But there's another one of those where we've gone out with criteria.
That's the thing we haven't established.
They allow setting something up and we're changing it a little bit, so.
Unless it's two separate leases though, we're not, or we.
We're not.
No.
Unless it's two separate state land leases, we're not. It's a deeded ranch. It wouldn't be any different than the APR one that we just approved.
Right, but I'm
They
just
just had
saying,
it once and we made one payment, and this guy's just splitting the road, because there was what, 3 parking spots on the APR one accessed one side, and then you drove around and accessed another place.
I'm just saying for the explanation, we have to recognize that Dale was out doing the job. And
Right. Oh, yeah.
Just so that explanation goes back to the landowner. PLPW kind of overstepped
So maybe we just
your
need-
plans a little bit on having
Maybe we
two.
just need to go ahead and approve the 2 for 1 year, and so we're gonna shrink them again next year. Went from 27 to 2021, the next year goes to 15.
Well, why not do it this year?
You've already approved something like this, where there are 2 separate ones. I mean, you've done that in the past. Last year.
But we're trying to clean it up this year, aren't we?
Yeah, but that's one of the things I'm saying, we need to.
We wanna stand by our guys. What do you think, Dale?
Me or Tribby?
You.
It's not very often there's 2 Dales in the same room anymore, but as I explained, kind of in my mind, I saw him as 2. So just a little bit of background information, and I know you've heard this on some other projects of not a threat or an idle threat or anything, but this landowner did ask me, he's been approached by an outfitter. He did ask me if he did lease to an outfitter, would that have any effect on the PALA? Which the answer to that is no, but there is some forces in play for his BMA anyway. So for better or worse, and I say that just informational, not as any kind of strong arm tactic or anything. And
How long have they been in the BMA?
they just purchased the property. They're a daughter colony from Martinsdale Colony. So they just purchased the property probably 4-ish years ago. And as soon as they bought the property, they enrolled it. So
The last one, we just justified two agreements because they were leased by different owners.
This one was presented as 2 agreements. What do we do?
By one owner.
By one owner.
Let's keep Dale out of the hot water, do 2 this year, tell him he only gets 1 next year.
I think that ought to be very specific on that.
Yep.
The applications, if you're one owner, you're going into
The same
one area, whether the road splits or not, it's one agreement.
Especially when it's
Take
all
that,
in one block.
debate out of this.
yeah, I think that's a good idea to have some clarification on what constitutes a parcel. We had a lot of questions on that last year. I know Tim Potter did, asked a lot of questions of, what constitutes a parcel, because that was in our application last year. that it was basically per parcel, so.
Well, and looking down the road, you could theoretically say, 1 year we open this section, and that's an agreement, and then next year we add in another section, so that's a new agreement. Then you're in trouble.
Exactly.
And so one agreement based on total acres, the reason we have the flat fee of 1,050 is that acreage.
Right, yeah.
So once you're out of that acreage, then you need to be compensated for the total acreage that you're accessing.
Then it's kind of like a BLM permit. If both these state sections are on one lease and it's on one road, the way it's set up this year, we about got to approve it the way it is, 2 applications. But if it's one lease and one road in the same entity, it should be one project.
Yes.
Future project.
So just a question, if we go down that road, so when we're scoring these potentially next year, if we got an application just like this or get this one again, it's 2 640s. Do we evaluate it as individual 640 acre parcels or a 1280 parcel?
I would suggest you look at 1280.
1280.
But a 1280, a chunk of 12, to me, a chunk of 1280 acres has higher value than 2 separate 640 acre parcels.
Would they have in conjunction with a BMA? Not really, would they?
Maybe not.
Yeah, and that's another thing that I try to evaluate these, not looking so much that there's a BMA adjacent to it, that this is a separate program, a separate assessment based on just what the public lands offer.
Oh, I want to go back to something you just said, Dale. You said you would evaluate, or you would look at these parcels as 1,280 acres being more valuable than 2 640 parcels. Is that what I heard you say?
If they're contiguous.
Together.
Yeah. If it was a block of 2 sections versus 2 separate sections separated by miles, as in this case, that you're going to have just a bigger space for people to hunt. Animals aren't going to get moved off of it as easily. You got a bigger chunk of contiguous habitat in most instances. In my mind, it would score higher as a block of 2 full sections, in my mind, would score higher on some of these questions than 2 separate 640s.
That's a tough one without looking at each individual situation. I mean, we give them credit for having over a section. I mean, they get more money if it's 641 acres and then goes up from there.
Well, we do that in lower down in this evaluation form, this monetary part of it. We give them more money for the larger the contiguous block of land is.
One that I hate to get precedent set for is, I'm thinking down in our area, if you go north of Venanda to Forsyth up there, there's Schiffers, Montgomery's, Beery ranches, and they've got thousands of acres of BLM, and it's all block sections. We can't corner cross legally. So you can look at each one of those as a separate section of BLM. We're getting ready to get into a trap.
It's all one lease, though.
The Abbott family just goes, Mike, there's 5 of them, so then now you're.
They make a separate lease agreement and there's 5 different.
That's right. And that's exactly what got in trouble with block management up there, because they were getting too much. Before we had the big ceiling or bigger ceiling. So all of a sudden we had different entities to have individual ceilings because of animal punning, basically.
Maybe they should outfit it.
Exactly.
That's always an option.
Exactly. Either decide whether you want
You can't
access
take
or
away
you
somebody's
don't.
private property rights.
You can say no.
Yeah.
Don't, we don't want.
How come these legislators didn't set tighter guidelines?
Oh, yeah.
Huh. Huh.
It gets so
Which
tight, you
can
can't
down,
do
which
anything.
Yeah, if we got a can, yeah.
So what are we gonna do with this?
Approve both of them.
For this year, I agree with you. I think that's just,
You gotta do it as presented. We haven't had any justification for changing it.
but I think we need to address that situation.
Oh, definitely.
Fix it.
And on the, when these guys go out to negotiate this, they gotta, you know,
Yeah,
we
we
have
can't
to
send
back
them
them
out.
up that if you were one owner, you can't just split your road and get two PLAs. You're one owner, one agreement.
It's thinking hard.
No, there's no other easy fix to that.
Mia, you have two options here, either to approve two different leases or say, no, this is one lease. To me, it's one or the other. Or, of course, you can say no.
We just
but-
did it, one just like this, over to keep the big ones in the game over at the Bull Mountains. I don't think we have a choice this year. The guys that went out there negotiated in good faith and they thought they were doing it right. Let's do it and do like we did on the other one. Say, okay, we screwed it up and we have changed the way we want to do it. Let's do it this way and then we'll set them some guidelines for next time.
Not talking hundreds of thousands of money either way, so.
No, but it's just a precedent you set down the road.
Precedent setting, yes.
So,
And I don't know, Dale, you probably know quite a bit about that north of the end of the country with all those big leases, and I mean, it just checkerboard.
Precedent's only good till you have a reaffirmation of rules.
So let's
Once you
decide
have a
and then move on.
reaffirmation of rules, then you can change it.
So what's to keep the colony from doing this on several other ones and then coming back with 4 applications next year?
Well, they signed it.
Well, we have an agreement that it's a one, if you're one landowner, you have one agreement.
What's
But
stopping
they
them
gotta
from?
know that. I mean, they gotta know the rules going in. Right now, the rules are, we've allowed 2 agreements.
One road.
What's stopping them from just enrolling or doing one application for 640 acres? I mean,
Dale, would you,
So
this is a one-year shot, right?
that's correct, Carl. This is 1 year. So yesterday there were, and not to pick on Mr. Potter, but yesterday there were several applications, projects from a couple landowners that have multiple applications. So would that be the same thing? So Whitmire and Bergtall, all of those would be one application? One,
Bergtall was two
Don't want to
different,
talk about that.
two different landowners, but you make a good
Yeah.
point. I mean,
true.
Whitmire Grazing is one entity with one lease, and they're contiguous,
Multiple roads.
multiple roads.
And then you would just add all of that, all of those payments, you would just add them together, correct? Or how would we go about doing that?
Well, I think they get one check per agreement.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The way we're set up now, that's the way it's gotta be.
So let's finish this. Are we going 1 or 2?
so on this one, it's not one road. It doesn't go one road through state, through their private up to another section. It Ys and it Ts and it goes to another section.
Right.
I mean, they could shut the road off right there at that T and you can only go up to the one to the north. I mean,
We got 2 roads.
yeah, there's 2 roads there.
So that's how I viewed it, Tim, and that, maybe I didn't explain that very well up front, that you've got.
You have to think as a
got the
landowner
two,
is, you know,
Yeah,
maybe I only want you to go in this part of my ranch.
There's 2 miles of road on that right one, and there's from the T. It's not like you just jumped over the fence and you're there, all right? I think we gotta approve them as presented.
And they're 1 year, right?
Correct, 1 year for this one.
Go with that.
Okay. 1 year, approving both applications, both valuations, both projects unanimously.
You just never know.
At the flat rate, correct, Jason?
At the flat rate of $1,050 each, correct?
Each, okay.
I'll tell you, this is a good example here.
Well,
So,
go ahead, Shane.
so somebody that's in the field needs to know what qualifies for a parcel, which qualifies for a project.
And I think we probably need to discuss that a little further.
Yeah.
Give, so people in the field have a better guideline. We don't want to put them in the bind either. And I think that's what we're trying to protect right now. At least we took Dale off the hook on that.
Well, and from a consistency standpoint too, so that landowners are getting treated the same across the state. So that we're not saying you're giving access to a huge area, so we can do that as multiples, but not somewhere else. So that would
I
be,
think we do kind of have a consistent policy, don't we? No, not, but the one that had two landowners on one road. That was different in this situation. One landowner on two roads.
Well, to me, I look at this one, of course, the land ownership is significantly different. But to me, there's some real parallels between this and the Whitmer Grazing Association. The only difference is the number of acres is many, many, many times greater on Whitmer. And probably before these access coordinators reach out to people for the 2022 PALAs, either this group or within the department or both, we need to come to some type of resolution to where these are gonna be, or how these are gonna be handled. Because it's gonna be a reoccurring issue, and again, I just think some of the things that several of us have pointed out have the potential to really snowball on us. And it's like, whoa, we didn't see that coming. How are we gonna deal with this? And so the sooner we kind of can ratchet that down and maybe have some type of guidance, written guidance, where everyone's gonna be better off for it.
Can we put the Whitmire map back up? Since we're drawing a parallel, you guys took the Whitmire map.
Electronics.
I have to go out and get my computer real quick.
We're about the paper one. I don't have those.
Okay. No, I have one.
You what?
We're done with this monumental book that.
Just wait.
That Jason sent us. Do you think at 9 million?
No.
So Lee had asked to pull out your big map from yesterday that we shared, just for discussion. Just for you guys to reference too, we were able to get the bear guy here at 11:15, so he'll do his deal till lunch. We'll have lunch. Dustin will present. Then we've got our chief financial officer will come over and talk some budget stuff briefly for us. What I'm trying to do is utilize your time the best we can, but still honor the public comment time, which we scheduled for 2:30. So my thought is right now, we'll probably all be out of here by 2:30. So we'll move up the migration stuff and the trap lines and everything else. But just so you know, we'll probably be here till about 2:30 and then we'll be done.
The director may be able to.
Okay. So did you have a question, Lee, on this big map?
Well, I was trying to address what Dale's concern was about similarities between Whitmire Grazing Association application for the one landowners, multiple deals with Sunset Colony work. And
Dale, can you bring up your colony map?
Oh, just, what was it you said, Dale, the similarity between Whitmere grading and Sunset Colony one?
Well,
That's your Whitmere map.
I do. But the similarity in my eyes is that you look at Whitmer grazing and it's one, I mean, there's multiple people, but you have the Whitmer Grazing Association, which is really, yeah, the scale is much greater. But you look at that compared to the Sunset Colony, you have.
Well, there might be more people at the Sunset Colony.
But still, yeah, there could be. But you really, I mean, you're looking at, if you go to the BLM lease or the state lease, in here, it's gonna be Whitmer Grazing Association. With the Sunset Colony, it's gonna be Sunset Colony. So you have one entity. Again, it's much larger. It's contiguous pieces of land. You have different roads, but they're not separated. I mean, it's not like you have this piece of Whitmer here and another piece here and have some other ownership, other permittee landowner in between it. It's a contiguous block. It's just a different scale. And to me, there's enough similarities, and Dale, I think, hit on it. Is like, okay, what's the difference here? How we separated this out. We had agreements for all these different pandas here, but yet you're looking really at one entity that's the ownership of the private land and one ownership that, or the same ownership that's the lessee of the public lands, and it's really the same thing on the Sunset Colony.
Yeah, I think one of the things to keep in mind is that every time it crosses private, that landowner can shut off access at that point. And so it's a matter of, do you look at them holistically and say, you have to give us all access across your private? Or are we gonna pay for each individual access, which is what's represented in the Whitmire stuff, and even also the Sunset one we just looked at, is because at every point, they can shut that access off. Even across their block management area, they can shut off
Yeah, you
public
don't have
access
to,
to.
you know, they can put the parking area in the middle of the block management, have it enrolled in block management, you can walk 5 miles to the other end. And so this one here, and I don't want to take exception with Dale, but with the guidance that our guys had, this was the only way they could do this one, is because every one of these road deals crosses a different portion of private property on Whitmarsh. There are different townships, different parts of the ranch, and it has to be presented this way. And the Sunset Colony the same way. They've got one road that goes over there 1.5 miles to that other. It isn't contiguous with anything. So if they're contiguous, these aren't contiguous either, because there's deeded land in between these pieces of CMR land. So I think we did, in both cases, we did it right.
So before we had these conversations last year at this time, I approached one of the legislators that was pretty involved in the PALA project and gave him an example of, I think it was the Bergthal's one that went to or it was last year, one where it went to
Hose Reservoir, and then it went through
cut across
little chunks of private.
And I said, now, is this what your intent was, to these be separate? And he said, yeah, at that time. So, and it's, I mean, we've kind of gone in different, we've gone on a couple of years now, and this is the second year, but I mean, I could sure go to the legislator and say, hey, is this what still the intent is? Especially something like that, was this intended for it to be 2 different projects, or did you intend that this is one? And I still think you would probably still say 2 projects.
And back to the justification on what we just did on the colony. It is an easy block off point.
Oh, yeah.
For access. He could shut off the one to the one side.
Well, we just approved one down there on the Missouri River. They had 50 feet. They couldn't get from the county road over to the corner.
So I think what we just did, we can justify that way too and keep it that way. But I think we do have to have that discussion. Are we happy with what we did on that? I mean, if we can justify it enough like we did, then we should be happy with what we did. It's going to come, it's questionable. What are the guidelines? Which way
It's gonna come back at us.
We need to have a cleanup session.
Well, yeah, if that's, I mean, if that's their, I mean, if that's intent of legislation, and then they want it to have, like a great example is like the APR one, like you guys said, that was one agreement, but it could easily be 1, 3.
Yeah.
Two as it stands now, if they add that other chunk DNRC.
We can't legislate morality. And, you know, if people, with the way we write the rules, we can't write a rule for every individual circumstance. And so,
Well, I think the obvious thing that's coming, this year is more successful than the past.
Yep.
And at a point, we run out of money.
Yep.
Until it's reappropriated with more money. So at a point when you're in the field to answer this question, because this is what it's going to come down to. If I get an opportunity to vote on the Whitmire opportunity or this, and we're out of money, this loses.
yeah.
Because the opportunity granted in that one, in Whitmire, is huge for a lot of people and for a lot of different ways. And I think that's where this is coming down to. When you're in the field, you have to leave an out. I think we respect the fact that when you're in the field, you're doing good faith negotiation and you're working hard for public access. We understand that, but you can never have it committed to, because
I didn't commit to
no,
12.
I know that, I know that.
They wanted 12 agreements.
And I'm not
so.
saying you did, but we have 3 years, 5 years, 10 years. These are adding up. And if you want success there, we're gonna have to, next time, we're gonna have to be looking at what 10 years did we commit to? What 5 years did we commit to? What 3 years did we commit to? And I realize we cannot approve them. Okay? Or the money runs out and then we do what we do. But that's gonna come. And there's gonna have to be some prioritization to how these applications are considered pretty soon, like maybe next time.
How do we do APR? We got 200,000 acres of deeds land, 500,000 acres of leases. Are we gonna make them all do one and say, okay, now this is it, you start out and then we add, once you get to 10,000 acres of opened up land, that's as high as the pavement gets. You know, I don't think we can't legislate morality. I don't think we had a choice, Dale. We had to do it the way it was submitted to us.
And believe me, I'm not taking shots at what we did. I just think we need to be cognizant of the fact that this is going to be a recurring theme, and we just need to think about it.
Get our
down the road.
guidelines tighter.
I think our guidelines are halfway there.
Yeah.
And we got things we gotta change again or reconsider to help everybody in the field. I mean, that's the next work is what are the hard bumps here? And your input on those is probably the most critical on ascertaining the best way to go forward with it. But yeah, right now, I think this is fine too. But if we were at that limit right now, would we approve this one? No. We have a BMA, we're not gaining more access. You know,
We're paying them to let them drive over there.
and they applied in the parameters, so it qualifies, you know.
So, and this is something that I guess it's more directed at Jason and the access coordinators. I mean, as they sit around the table and they look at these in the future and they say, okay, and I know this is not the case with Sunset Colony, but let's just say, for instance, they're not in block management. And they come in and they say, we have 2 agreements here for $1,050 for these 2 parcels of land. Someone's got to look at those and say, you know what? I just don't think it's worth the money to pay them, even though it's only $1,050. You know what? If they were going to put them together, okay, we're going to do this. But I think they need to at some point in time say, no, it's not worth the money for what else is coming in here and for a value for the public hunter. We're not going to pay for that. And I know they still have that discretion. They don't have to take every application that comes in, but it may be more of a part of their thought process saying, no, it's not.
Can you
it's not
imagine if
value
you had to
added.
go through this whole process through every block management agreement?
Oh my God.
So here's the difference there though, Dale, is that those BMA agreements are decided on regionally. right? There's no PLPW review, there's not even a director decision. As a field staff or as a collective staff, it's the director's decision whether or not to enroll or not enroll. So anything that qualifies, we bring before this committee because that's how the law is written, and it's the director's decision. So it's not that the region can say this is a bad project, because they can't.
Okay.
If anything's eligible, it comes before you guys for review because ultimately it's the director's decision. And so, yeah, you're right. We don't have that flexibility like we do in block where we can say, you know, regionally, this just doesn't fit our needs, doesn't fit the priorities, it's not worth the cost. We can axe it at that point at the regional scale. But these, they're totally different.
And that's a really good clarification. Thanks for that, because I really hadn't thought of that.
So, you know, again, as you look to year 3 and planning into the 2023 session, there may be changes statutorily that the group would like to see related to block management cooperators or to the process itself. I mean, there's all kinds of flexibility that you guys have with the program, and we can modify it as much in year 3 as we did in year 2. But as we continue to modify it and commit agreements, the hard part is then walking back that same level of access we already overpaid for.
Yep.
Or paid more for at that time.
Well, we've done a pretty good job so far. Just about everybody got a reduction.
Honestly, the just from overview of a big summary table, the flat rates help significantly. The assessment criteria, I think, is almost there, if it not there already. It's right in line with our other access programs, maybe except for fishing. But in terms of the hunting access side, what we have now as a program is far superior to year 1, but I think it's really close. I mean, there's these details that we never got answered year 1 as far as what's a parcel, 1 landowner, 2 agreements, 3 agreements, how much. All of that stuff is still kind of spongy. But I think as far as what the assessment is, the amount we're gonna pay, and how we're gonna do it is pretty clear, and I think we're there.
And I think that discussion on, you know, what is a parcel, I think has to be done at legislative level, not our administrative level.
One thing we know out in eastern Montana, 16 and 36 sections, those big ranches, the exact thing's gonna come up with this colony. Exactly, we gotta get there because 16 could be in this side of a mountain range and 36 on that side, and the same owner, because a lot of them own 10, 20,000 acres.
Go ahead, Lee.
One question I had was like, when we reward somebody, you know, a lot of BLM leases are contiguous, but one family rents one piece and another family rents another piece. Maybe there's another road into it that comes from a different direction. And do we give I question whether we should give, if we don't, which I hope we don't, give somebody payment for opening up the neighbor's parcel.
They have to be the lease.
Even though they can, you know, it could be like block management. The assumption was that if you had a right to be on the block management, you could access the adjacent public land.
Right.
And so I would hope that we wouldn't have it so that we give somebody a payment, bump their number up because their BLM parcel or their DNRC parcel abutted a neighbor's and they included that acreage, the neighbor's acreage, because it was contiguous into the payment plan for one guy.
So when you're talking about that, so if I'm hunting on that part that's in the agreement and it's adjacent to other BLM that's not in the agreement, and I go on that as a hunter on my Onyx.
No, you can do that now.
I know, but if I go on that, I'm not within that PELA agreement, right, Tim?
We do not include the public land in our agreement, just the access road. So
if I'm on that land that's in the BLM contiguous to the agreement, but not in the agreement, what kind of trespass am I?
Nothing.
You're not.
Because you're still on,
You see what
Okay,
you legally access the public land from a legal
From the
access
PELA.
point.
Okay, just
What I'm
wanted to
saying
be,
is that you shouldn't be able to reward a neighbor
right,
for
Their piece versus.
allowing access, which was always there. If you could access the BLM ground, you shouldn't be rewarded for opening up. I shouldn't be rewarded for opening up my neighbor's BLM allotment, is what I'm
So
saying.
just the least.
Yeah, that should be all that's included in it.
I think that's why they put that in statute, just to kind of prevent that.
I hope so.
I just have one last question. So since you went back to the legislature and asked their intent, right? When you read the actual legislation, it says, whereas Montana contains approximately 1.52 million acres of inaccessible federal land. So what's the intent? We're talking about state sections. And I know we sort of talked about that, but the intent,
I think but in statute, I think it says elsewhere. It doesn't say.
Public
Is
land,
that
so
in
it's
federal?
defined in rule,
SBO 341.
defined in rule as to what public land is. So, yeah, the whereas don't.
No,
Whereas is
I
not
know,
statutory.
but
And then
what's,
the
we're
rule.
talking about intent. My intent as a legislator was, and we're using that for the discussion. So is the intent accessing big blocks of federal land, 1.52 million acres?
Maybe I shouldn't have said intent. Maybe what I should have
All
said.
right.
But don't you have to have, don't you have to have a license to access state land?
Yeah.
I realize, yeah,
So.
I was just throwing it out there because
The arm rule defines public land, which would include FWP lands, state lands, federal land. So I'm gonna roll it over to Mr. Cook. Let me share my screen here. It's that one. Does that show up correct, Tammy?
One question. Before we get started here, with this access, with this PAL agreements. Okay, they're gonna start that Lower Yellowstone fishing access project where they have to, they're gonna have to get easements for fishing sites. Will you use the same agreements to get those easements or access? Will you use a PAL agreement?
If you could.
We can use PAL for just fishing.
Yeah, you potentially could, but our intent is to have purchase easement or leases direct from landowners.
Okay.
So we, typically it's handled, the fishing access is handled outside of the PAL program most of the time, but they do overlap when opportunity exists.
Well, we did have one
If there's
last
public
year.
land.
that did
Yeah,
that.
it's a
Now that
public
you've seen how
land
this works,
access
you don't wanna
program.
go through this with your fishing access agreement.
Right.
All right. Bill, it's all you, sir.
One moment.
The last year we had him that went down to Missouri or the Jefferson. The guy who wanted the land. Jabode.
Yeah, I think that's still in. I think that was a multi-year, I think.
But we approved it last year and that was for your fishing access.
Yep.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Thanks for your time. I know it's coming up to lunch. I am Bill Cook. I work for Montana Fish, Wildlife and Parks as a bear awareness instructor. Thought you might be interested in seeing the presentation that we give across much of Montana on bear awareness. And our audiences include the widest variety of Montanans you can imagine. Last week, I was training seed inspectors from this Montana Seed Growers Association. But often our audiences are recreationists. And we begin by show of hands, how many of you are hunters, anglers, hikers, campers, that kind of thing. So I'm gonna go through this and just give you a feel for what we are providing to people in terms of bear safety. And I know a lot of you have had bear safety training at some time or experience with bears. The science of bear safety does evolve. We take a look at what happens every season, analyze the encounters that have happened, and we learn a lot from that. And there are folks out there who are studying bear attacks full-time. New studies come out, new research, and new products are coming on the market, bear safety products. So we try to stay up to date on all of that. Bottom line with bear safety, as you probably know, is we have a bear equation and a human equation. We have lots of bears, and especially as to grizz, as you know, we are seeing grizz now in places where we haven't seen them in a long, long time, sometimes as much as a century. On the other hand, we all know there are more folks living in this state now. And during the pandemic, we're seeing spikes in visitation. You put those together and we've got a challenge with bear safety. Just to talk a little bit about where bears can be encountered in Montana, on that map, we've got outlined in blue, in various colors, the particular grizzly recovery zones that we've got in this state. Now, we've got obviously a very healthy black bear population, but on top of that, we now have this overlay of grizzlies, and that has changed some. So way up in the northwest part of the state, up west of Libby in the Cabinet Mountains, then the Yak River Valley, the Cabinet Yak Grizz population. To the east of that, outlined in blue, the Northern Continental Divide population. You'll hear it called the NCDE. And so that picks up at the Canadian border, Glacier National Park, North Fork and Flathead, then down into the Swan Valley, the Missions, the Rattlesnakes, runs north of the Blackfoot, picks up that big complex of the Great Bear, the Bob Marshall, and the Scapegoat. And then down to the southeast, sort of in orange there, the greater Yellowstone recovery area. Yellowstone Park, and then certain portions of Wyoming, Montana, and Idaho. So in Montana, Beartooths, Absarokas, Madison's, Gallatin's. So what we're telling recreationists at this point is, 10 years ago, if I was going into the Bob Marshall, for example, I knew that I had to be on top of my game in terms of bear safety. But if I was going into the big belts, little belts, or tobacco roots, not so much. These days, it's a little bit different. And what this map attempts to do is try to indicate how a certain number of outliers, individual grizz, are moving out into other areas. We've heard about this kind of thing on the news, and this map tries to play that out that way. So what we're saying to folks, just as a safety matter, to be cautious that if we are in the field recreating anywhere west of Billings, it's a good assumption that we ought to be implementing bear safety. That's new. That's something we were not doing even 5 years ago. At this point, we shift gears and we start talking about how to avoid encounters. We like to put a lot of emphasis on avoidance. So we talk about how to avoid encounters, how to avoid attracting bears to a site, and then finally, how to deal with an encounter. Universal messages, bears can be anywhere. Obviously, they're a backcountry animal. They are also increasingly a front country animal. In the part of the state that I'm talking about, it's entirely possible to encounter bears in a resort area, around a marina, that type of thing.
Just FYI, we had a black bear on Lake Hills Golf Course in Billings last week.
Wow. Yeah.
And I don't know how he played, but he was there.
Right. That's an example. And the other thing we try to emphasize is we, generally speaking, focus on the behavior of the bear rather than the species in determining how to react. As you know, either species can be a safety risk. A woman was killed by a black bear last month in Colorado. And then, as I indicated, we really emphasize avoidance. If we invest a lot of effort into avoidance, we are far less likely to have any kind of an encounter. So we think a little bit about the life history of these bears. We look at the species. Black bears evolved in forested areas, relatively speaking, somewhat less confrontational than grizz. Grizz evolved in open areas. My wife's from Sydney, and she likes to remind me that when Lewis and Clark were coming up the Missouri, they started encountering bears in what is now the Dakotas. But in what is now Montana, they started seeing them around what is now Culbertson and all the way up the river. So at one time they were out there. They are somewhat more likely to follow through when they confront a threat. And as we're going to talk about later, they do a lot of digging. If we understand what their days are like, we can more easily anticipate where they may be. Peak activity, typically at night and at the low light periods in the morning, at dawn and at dusk. However, sows and cubs may be out a little bit more during the middle of the day. So generally speaking, bears may be bedding down during the heat of the day. We're going to talk about that later. And final thing here to mention is, the conventional wisdom with bears is that their noses are phenomenal, their eyes and their ears not so good. Their noses are phenomenal, but their vision and their hearing is also good. Yearly cycles, what we remind recreationists that when they come out of the den and they move into the summer, they are typically at low elevations, working up to the higher elevations. But in particular for hunters, we all have to remember that in the fall, they move into the hyperphagia phase, meaning they're eating like crazy. And when they are focused for most of their waking hours on eating, they can be less attentive to what's happening around them. So that can be a danger for us, that they may be more easily surprised in that kind of circumstance. Then we talked to folks about bear sign. Most Montanans, recreationists are accustomed to it, but we like to do some reminders. There are a few things that folks are not accustomed to looking for. On the left, photograph of a bear bed, obviously somewhere where something really big has been bedding down and with a lot of bear scat. On the right, two photographs indicating that bears love to eat insects. It's a very easy food source for them. And we can see indicators of that on the ground. For example, they will tear up a log, they'll flip rocks over. If we see those kinds of things, it can tip us off to their presence. Rub trees, we all know about that. There can be fur that's present. Digging. Grizz, as we said, do a lot of digging. They're looking for rodents, roots, bulbs, that kind of thing. Well, we see an area that's been dug up by something really big and it's recent, that can suggest that they may be around. And a reminder that they are omnivores and opportunists. They eat almost anything and they seek out things that might be good. They will eat a couple hundred different species of plant, animal, and fungi. So during a season, their scat is going to vary in terms of composition and color. But again, if we see fresh bear scat, that's a good indicator they may be around. And down around the Yellowstone area, they particularly like the pine nuts from whitebark pine. And one of the things they can do is they can raid the caches of pine nuts that squirrels have made. So if we see an area where something big has torn apart some kind of a cache and there's pine nuts around, that can suggest that they've been there. And of course, we all know that any kind of a kill site, any kind of a carcass can be a sign of bear presence or can be the kind of thing that can attract the bear. We talked to folks about trying to anticipate these things, looking ahead. If we see presence of scavenger birds, or if we see places where something has been covered up, that can tip us off to the presence. And bear tracks. We talked to folks about that. Obviously, a fresh track, grizz, or black bear can be a pretty good indicator that they're around. So essentially what we're telling people is being alert to their presence, picking up on these signs can really get you a long way down the road towards being safe. If we are looking for these kinds of things, recognize them, and then when we see them, increase our caution level. You know, tell folks in your party that there may be bear around, that we're seeing sign, even in some cases, you know, getting your bear spray out. So we're trying to indicate to folks, put some effort into being alert, looking for sign, anticipating presence. We shift gears then, and we talk about attractants. Obviously, we don't want to do anything that's going to attract bears to a camp, picnic site, anything like that. So we focus in again on the fact that they are curious, they're opportunists, they're looking for opportunities, and they're using their noses. They're using that phenomenal sense of smell, tracking smells that might lead to something good. And we remind folks that, you know, if you set your stuff aside and you go over somewhere else to eat lunch or whatever, a bear may investigate. They are curious, they're nosing around. Probably not a good idea to set our things aside. But the big focus we have on attractants is focusing on smellies. You know, in the forest, you see signs that say food storage required. It probably needs to say storage of smelly stuff required, because we're talking about the widest range of stuff that gives off a smell. They're attracted to things that you and I think are just unbelievably rank and nasty, but they will follow them to see if there's something good. So we work with recreationists. We try to inventory all the kinds of smelly things that they might have in a camp, for example. So obviously food, not just human food, but pet food, feed for horses or mules, and empties. Empty boxes, empty cans, empty bottles, empty sacks. They're going to have a residue. Garbage, they're attracted to garbage. And then all kinds of toiletries and things. And that extends to bug repellent, sunscreen, lip balm, toothpaste, toothbrushes, dental floss, all that kind of thing. We get people to thinking in terms of smelly stuff we may have in a camp. And I'm just going to do a quick sidebar here on fishing gear. We have had situations in the state where where people have been cleaning a fish on a picnic table, for example, in a campground up in Glacier. And of course, they're getting a lot of fish blood, fish guts, fish scales all over the place. And bears have come in attracted by that. So what we're telling anglers is good idea to clean the fish down by the water, down by the lake shore, down by the river, puncture the swim bladder, put the guts back in the water. We don't want to spread that kind of stuff around. And when we have audiences where we have hunters, we also do a little sidebar and we talk about the obvious attractants you're going to have if you're lucky and you harvest an animal of some kind. You probably know we've got a brochure that we use on that. And the golden rule is get the elk or deer or whatever out of the backcountry as quickly as you can. It's an incredible attraction, obviously. Then we talk about some rules about that. Field dress it as quickly as you can. Move the carcass at least 100 yards from the gut pile. And if you have to leave it for a while, try to hang it. We've got the 10-4 rule when we talk about hanging. At least 10 feet out, at least 4 feet out. And we go through all that kind of thing. We remind hunters that they have got incredible attractants there if they're fortunate enough to get an animal. We shift and we talk about camping. Lots of Montanans are camping, either in car camps or float camps, backpacking, hunting camps. What we try to remind them is, depending upon where they are, they're going to have different options available to them. Because to be bear safe, we need to secure smelly stuff when we're away from camp for whatever reason, or when we're asleep. These folks, if they left the camp during the day, they've left a number of things out that are smelly. We point out the barbecue grills always have some smelly residue. And then in the fire ring there, they have put some paper plates. They're assuming they can burn those and get rid of the smell. The studies suggest that that may not work. So if you want to play it safe, it's best to take whatever garbage you've got and secure that with everything else. So in a car campground, you're going to have obviously more options. Hard-sided vehicle, car, truck, RV, that's good for securing. In some of the campgrounds, especially the Custer-Gallatin Forest around Yellowstone, they're going to have bear lockers. Maybe you've seen those. Metal lockers, and those are also good for security. Electric fence, we're seeing that more and more. Not so much for backpackers, they're too heavy, but for horsepackers, hunters, people floating on the Smith, a number of different types of electric fences that you can use. And they are tested with bears. The other thing we point out, especially to kids, is we don't want smelly stuff in the tent. In fact, it's probably best never to have smelly stuff in the tent. We don't want any residue. We do have bear spray in the tent. We'll explain that later. So if we're going to secure things, if we've got the hard-sided vehicle, that's great. If we've got bear lockers, that's good. But if we don't have those options, if we're in a camp that doesn't have those, we start getting into various kinds of certified bear-resistant containers. And the great thing is that there are more of these all the time. The most common are certified bear-resistant coolers. My wife and I mortgaged a house and we bought one of those coolers. And we were pretty smug. We bought it online and we felt really good and it was wonderful. We loved that cooler. But nowhere in the owner's manual did it tell us that to be bear resistant, you have to secure it in a special way. And we're trying to get the word out about that. As you see there in that photograph, on some models, they've got a flange at the corners with a hole. And on other models, it's in the middle. To be bear resistant, you have to put a padlock in there or a nut and a bolt. If you don't do that, it's not bear resistant. That was a wake-up call to me. Down in the Ennis Ranger District during the fall, they have a big box of nuts and bolts. And when people come in and show off proudly their coolers, they're handing out the nuts and bolts. But it's something we want people to understand. These bear-resistant coolers are great, but we have to secure them in a way that we're not accustomed to. There are a number of other different containers. You see that black kind of a keg, bear kegs, bear canisters, bear barrels. They're pretty much unbreakable. They're tested with bears. They can't get in them. Sometimes I can't get in them. But they're pretty good. I've had one for 25 years. Backpackers have to go that direction. There's also at least one item that's kind of a sack made of Kevlar, I think, that is a real breakthrough for backpackers. But again, these are options available to people for storing the smellies. That website for the Interagency Grizzly Bear Committee keeps an up-to-date list of all the products that have been bear certified. And the nice thing, especially about coolers, is that more than 25 different manufacturers are making them. And now more than 200 different models. So that's good news for the consumer. And for people who are horse packing or mule packing, they've got certified panniers. And for people who are rafters, they've got certified dry boxes. So new products coming out all the time, which is a very good thing. You probably know that the last resort for those of us in the backcountry, if we don't have the other options, is to hang the smelly stuff. And again, the 10-4 rule, the bottom of the stuff, whatever it may be, whether it's food, garbage, carcass, at least 10 feet so the animal can't reach, and at least 10 feet out, 4 feet out from the tree. If you're lucky, you'll have a bear pole or something like that. If you're not so lucky, you have to find a limb that works. You have to plan ahead, bring a cord, maybe a carabiner. But that's always an option. I take that back. That's not always an option. On the Beartooth Plateau, it's often not an option because we just don't have trees. And then we do remind folks in terms of setting up a camp, we don't want to place a camp in an area that's frequented by bears. We look for anything that may suggest that they go through there. We don't want to be in dense cover. We don't want to set up next to huckleberry bushes or something like that. And final thing concerning setting up a tent, I have a colleague who calls this the Bermuda Triangle. And the idea is to separate your sleeping area from your cooking, eating area from your storage area. And ideally 100 yards apiece. In some areas, you simply can't do that because of the topography. But the idea again is, when you store the food, keep it far from when you sleep and do the cooking and eating far from where your tent is. So we talked about how to avoid encounters. We talked about how to avoid attracting. Then we shift into encounters. If you've done the things that we've already been talking about, and a couple more that I'll mention, you can reduce the odds of an encounter way, way down. So we talked about looking for things, and you probably have heard of this one. It jumps right out at us from the data. When you look at the data concerning bear attacks, the vast majority of attacks involve a person traveling solo. And when you look at the data, when you get to 3 people in a group, it almost never happens. So if you want the odds on your side, travel in groups of 3 or more. But this is where we say to hunters, well, of course, that isn't going to work for you. Hunters are typically on their own, and that's just an issue you have to deal with. This one also jumps out at us from the data. Often, maybe mostly, bear encounters, bear attacks occur when we surprise an animal. After every season, we read all the accounts, the investigation reports of bear attacks. This is often the issue. Therefore, for whatever reason, people have surprised an animal. Typically, they haven't been making noise. And again, when we speak to hunters, we say, of course, you guys are not going to be making noise. You're going to be as quiet as you can. That's another way in which hunters are somewhat at risk. But for other folks, making noise works. If we make enough noise, let them know we're coming, and give them enough space, most of the time, they will move out of the way. Most of the time, they don't want contact. So we talk about using our voice. It carries farther than those little jingle bells we used to get when we were kids. And it also communicates that a human is coming. We want them to know early that people are coming. We're going to talk a lot about bear spray, but the thing we talk about at this point is it's no good if you can't get to it. So often in Yellowstone Park, this is what we see all the time, they're carrying it on the very back of their backpack. What we know from research is that when a human being gets into a frightening, surprising situation, their hand does not go like that. Their hands go like this or like this. So we typically recommend carrying it in a belt loop holster. You can carry it on your belt. You can carry it on your waist belt in your pack. You can put it on the shoulder strap of your pack. You can also get various kinds of harnesses. This one's all messed up, but basically it's a strap where you can figure out various ways of carrying it on your chest. When I'm fishing, I carry my bear spray right above my waders. And I talked to a guy last week who actually has a thigh holster for a firearm, and he modified it, and he carries his bear spray there. Again, the idea is you want to have the bear spray where you can get to it in an emergency situation. Talked about avoiding carcasses already. At this point, we say to folks that Every situation's a little bit different. And we're gonna go through, excuse me, scenarios, and we're gonna talk about the most common, and we're gonna work up to the most unusual. Fundamentally, your behavior is gonna matter. We're reading them. They are also reading us. Never run away, you know that one, it happens so often in the investigative reports of bear attacks. Somebody understandably decides to run. That brings on a chase. They will chase because they are hardwired to do that, and they will catch anyway. We also remind people, don't approach for any reason. So we start with the most common situation. We've all had this kind of a situation where the bear does not hear us, does not smell us, does not see us, it's unaware of us, it's not engaged with us. So the common sense approach here is don't engage it. Get your bear spray out, get your group together, back off if you can, or make a big detour. Don't yell at the bear, that can change everything in a moment. Sometimes they do see you, sometimes they do smell you, hear you. If you're lucky, they will disengage. I've had that happen, encountered a bear stared at me and then turned its back. Sometimes they will do that, they will turn around and turn their back on you. They'll turn away and do something else. They'll walk away, they'll run away. If bear disengages, the common sense thing is don't engage it. Go back if you can, or make a big detour. But then there are two possibilities, two ways in which they may approach you. They're very, very different, and we approach them differently. So I prefer to call these on the left, calm bear. I'm sorry, on the left, agitated bear, and on the right, calm bear. We're going to break them down. So, when a bear perceives that you are some kind of a threat, they, for whatever reason, believe that you are a threat to them, their cubs, or their food source, they get agitated. So if you've ever experienced that, it's absolutely crystal clear. They communicate it to you. Their ears are flat and back. Their fur is up. Their mouths are wide open and often have slobber on them because they produce too much saliva in a stressful situation. They'll vocalize. They'll make strange moaning, woofing sounds. They'll pop their jaws, clack their teeth, wag their heads, slap the ground. I mean, that's the thing about it. When they are agitated and feeling threatened, they tell you. This is not so bad. Often they will stand up and try to get a good read on you. That is really not a thing to worry about, but the opening of the mouth is. And that's a clear photograph of an agitated bear. Again, the ears are down, the mouth is open, it's ringed with slobber, it's probably making some pretty funny noises. It's acting agitated. The concern with a bear that feels threatened is that it may decide to do something about this threat that it perceives. It may come at you. It may bluff, go so far and stop. It may go off to the side. It may knock you down. Stand your ground. It doesn't help to turn and run. And use your bear spray. We talk about using bear spray as soon as the animal is within a school bus length. Everybody knows how long a school bus is. As soon as it's within a school bus length, we create a cloud. I'm going to describe what that is later. But with agitated bear, if you can't stop it and it's gonna touch you, your bear spray didn't work or you don't have it or for whatever, it is going to touch you. This is the general rule. You throw yourself face down to the ground, cover your neck, keep your legs out and stay down. It may try to move you and stay down. There are folks who spend full time studying bear attacks, and they say this is, according to the data, how you have your best chance of survival. So again, agitated bear, if it's gonna touch you, face down on the ground.
Is that true for black bears or only for grizzlies?
Thanks, I was gonna offer a caveat. That gives me an opening. The reason we go with this as the general rule is that because of the psychology of the bears, it is most likely to be a grizz. The second thing is, as you folks know, it's not always easy in the field to determine what species you're dealing with. And especially in a surprise encounter, things happening in a matter of seconds, you may not know whether it's a grizz or a black bear. So that's why we emphasize the general rule. This is what you do with agitated bear. Then we add a caveat. And the caveat is, if you're positive it's a black bear, don't do that. If you're positive it's a black bear, you remain standing. In terms of communicating safety to people, that's a challenge to have to make that distinction. But we tell them, look, the general rule is this, it's most likely a grizz, but if you happen to be able to see and you know that's a black bear, do not do that. That's the best we can do. The other possibility is a bear that's acting totally different. I've had this happen in campgrounds in particular, where they just walk out of nowhere and they are as calm as can be. Ears are forward, mouth is closed, no slobber. They're not making any noise at all. They're not acting in an agitated way. In fact, they're walking up to you as cool as a cucumber. That's because that bear is not frightened. It is not surprised. It is approaching you because you've got something they want. So it's completely different. But some of the rule is basic and the same. Stand your ground. But, and use bear spray exactly the same. If an animal comes within a school bus length, use your bear spray. But the other thing we do in this circumstance is we scare it off. Wave your arms, clap your hands, yell, stomp your feet. If it gets close enough, throw things. And if you can't back it off and it's going to touch you, you do not go on the ground, you fight back. So this is calm bear, this is intent bear that's coming at you differently like that. Same thing when a bear enters or reaches into a tent, it's not frightened and it's not surprised. It's doing it because there's something in there it wants. That's why we take bear spray into the tent and we let them have it and we fight back. We do a little sidebar on dogs, and this is something that comes right out of the data. It's unavoidable. There have been a number of cases where a dog has gone ahead, encountered a bear, gotten into a tussle, and where do you think they go? Right back to the owner. There are many cases like that. And they bring enraged bear with them, and sometimes the enraged bear lets the dog go and goes after the owner. That's just an issue that those of us who are in the backcountry with dogs have to deal with. Depending on who's in the audience, we also talk about this. You probably know that we had a fatality, mountain biking, a few years ago. Gentleman going fast enough that the first one literally collided with a grizz. Grizz thought it was under attack, killed him right away. Had another attack near Big Sky last year. We had a young woman trail running last year who collided with a bear. A trail runner was killed by a bear up in Alaska. So the issue with these sports is speed. They can be within a bear's comfort zone in no time, and as we know, they can literally collide. So my oldest son is a mountain biker, and when he's out in bear country on a bike, before he goes into the woods, he stops and he yells, and he carries bear spray. Trail runners need to be doing the same thing. This is where we shift back to bear spray. We try to explain what it's all about. Essentially, when you create a cloud of bear spray between yourself and approaching bear, you create a cloud of nasty. the idea is that if the bear continues to approach, it gets in there, gets in the eyes, nose, and mouth, incredibly painful. If they get enough of it, they may be incapacitated, blinded for half an hour to 45 minutes. Gives you the opportunity to move.
Unless the wind is wrong in your face.
Right. And you know, that's an issue that always comes up. And so we try to face up to it and say, you know, this is Montana. We've got wind. The bear attack experts have looked at it. And they said the problem is, you know, if you've got enough time to shift so you are away from the drift, do it, but don't delay. You don't want to hesitate so much that bear gets too close. The other thing they say is, you know, we'll recover if we get bear spray in our eyes. We may not recover from them all. I don't know if you remember, there were a couple hunters in the Paradise Valley a few years ago, and they were attacked. And I think at some point during the attack, they finally were able to get their bear spray out and stop the attack. But they spent a lot of time afterwards rubbing snow on their eyes and their face. And a reporter said to them, would you guys use bear spray again? And they said, oh yeah, there's no question, it saved our lives. It hurt like hell, but we recovered. But anyway, we talk to folks, remind them we gotta treat it like a weapon. There's an expiration date, and the last I looked, the shelf life varies slightly from one manufacturer to another. It wears off on most cans, so we typically take a Sharpie pen and we write it on there. There are a number of different cases that you can buy that I think are a good idea. They avoid having the thing roll around in the truck and getting banged up.
How important is that expiration date?
What I have been told by the manufacturers is that after the expiration date, the propellant is not as good. And that's the problem. You know, we really wanted to get out there so that the bear encounters this stuff way before it gets to us. So personally, I would not carry one that's expired. I'd buy a new one. Some hunters carry two. These things will explode when they get hot. So we basically go through how to use these. They're all pretty much the same. And as we indicate to folks, you put your finger through the loop. There's a safety on the top. And typically you have to get your thumb in front of the safety. We remind folks of that. You pull it back, it exposes the lever, we push that down. And this is a little, I think I can do it, hang on. Just a little video.
Is that why wearing a chest harness is best? Because if you happen to go down on the ground face, you can still get your pepper spray out and possibly roll or.
There are people who do that and say that that's a good thing, yeah. So let me see if I can run that. So pretty easy. Finger in the loop, take the safety off, deploy. And for those of us who are tall, we probably need to aim down slightly. The animal's coming at us on all fours. And the guy who's probably the world's expert in bear attacks, Stephen Herrero from Alberta, he and others did this study. And basically they found that 9 times out of 10, bear spray does prevent a bear from going forward with an attack. And the thing about bear spray is you don't have to be accurate. You can be shaken like a leaf. That's what we tell people. You can be absolutely trembling out of control. But as long as you create some kind of a cloud between yourself and approaching animal, that's the effectiveness of this stuff.
I got a question.
Yeah.
I teach blowing red and have for quite a while. Do you prefer doing the Z from ground up or from the up down?
You know, we don't
I've heard both.
Yeah, we don't weigh in on that. What we basically say is one way or another, create a cloud between yourself and the animal. What we do say is, depending on what can you've got, they're gonna have anywhere from 5 to 8 seconds. You probably wanna do maybe just 2 to 3 seconds per spray. Well, one way or another, get cloud up. Yeah, and early enough. We use training cans, I've actually got some today, inert cans. It has propellant but no pepper, and we train all kinds of people with using it. Recycling bear spray, people ask about that, once you've passed the expiration date. We don't have bear recycling up here. Bozeman, there are a couple places where they do, and in Yellowstone Park. In terms of when it's expired, you take it out on a calm day to a place that you don't mind spraying with something really, really nasty, probably gravel. And discharge it, and around here, the only option then is to put it in the garbage. If you do get it on you, it's gonna hurt. You flush your skin and eyes. If you've got soap, you use that. We end with just a little bit of ID. I'm sure this is old hat for you folks. We do remind people again that in the field, it may be impossible, and that we ignore the color of the coat and the size of the animal, and we instead focus on other things. Primarily, if you're lucky and you're able to see the animal from the side when it's standing like that, we look at the shoulder profile. If there's a hump, grizz. If it's smooth and the rump is prominent, black bear. So we talk to school kids, we say hump versus rump. Secondarily, you might be able to see the head and the ears. Ears are lower, more rounded on a grizz. Skull is more foreshortened and rounded. Face profile more pointed on a black bear. And then, I won't bore you with the rest of it, but we kind of go through an exercise with people. So that's the presentation, like I say, that we give lots of different places in Montana. I've done them from Chester and Conrad and Valier and places like that, all the way down to Butte, all the way over to Redlands. So that gives you an idea of what we're doing for recreationists, including hunters. I appreciate your attention very much, especially getting close to lunch. I do have inert bear spray with me. If anybody's interested,
Go outside.
I'd be happy to
We spray
give you a
it.
chance.
You know what?
Let's don't have a vote, I do.
The lighter side of your expired
The real
pepper
stuff,
spray,
yeah.
I live in eastern Montana, and I had a can that was expired. The deer were getting into my sweet corn, eating the tops out coming up. I went out there and I hit that corn with the wind in the right direction. I didn't have deer in the yard for 2 weeks.
Of course, the corn tastes like it.
It's Cajun.
I'd like to heard what they said.
Well, I also in another life do mountain lion training, and bear spray works on mountain lions. So same principle.
I was just say that might be a point to address. If I recall, there was some instances where people were spraying things with bear spray thinking it's a deterrent, and it ended up being an attractant.
Right, right. Yeah, those stories are amazing, but I'm afraid I believe them. Yeah, thanks.
Anybody want to go outside and spray?
Yeah, let's go see what it looks like.
Let me get my
Jim volunteered to be the bear. Oh, you want to?
Don's the bear.
Let's go outside. You guys can pop some off. We'll come back.
Are you gonna be the bear?
No, actually, they have to say they have to.
Big corn sheep tags out by that, like,
Tree stand.
good. Thank you.
Get him first, Stanley.
I only got a short time. Thank you. And,
I know what you're saying.
That's right.
I just hope all those Portland, Seattle, LA people are moving to state and get right.
But good luck with that. Hopefully, most of them are from those two cities.
All right, guys. We're gonna talk, like I said, we got the opportunity to have Director back and join us, so we'll start on the migration topic first. Yesterday at lunch, we were passed out a letter and a note from the Migration Coalition. Hopefully you had a chance to read that last night or look it over, think about it. So turn it over to you, Mr. Director.
okay, thank you. I apologize for the short notice and interrupting your lunch, but I've got another meeting that begin at one, a little bit after one from workers' comp to find out what all work payments look like, and I'll be able to get nailed on that. But I've thought a lot about this, and I don't know if you've all had an opportunity to look at this. I've talked to Ken, others on this, and I think where they're going has a lot of merit, good idea, but I don't know if this is the group to do it. Because you're charged with a lot of stuff. And I think you're gonna be busy with the things that I'm focused on, landowner preference, worked on 505, them types of relationship building. And the other part of it is I'm hearing it from this side, but on the 23rd, I'm gonna go down to Paradise Valley and talk to landowners down there to hear what their perception is on this whole thing and their idea, because I know there's been some issues brought up before with how we track the migration and the mapping and all that stuff like that. And one of the last meetings I had with them, what we did is we went, they'd asked for that, and we ended up going with arrows, bigger arrows, just showing the corridors rather than finite. And the landowners were very, very appreciative of that. So I'm really kind of curious to see what they think on this. And I believe it's got a lot of merits. And if you believe this is something you should truly drive into, I'm fine with that. But also understand you've got the PAL Act is coming up. You're doing a lot of those. There's some other things to do. I think this may be better served with a different group, and it may be better served to, ask to set up a group through the legislature, because they're looking for funding. They're looking for a bunch of other things, stabilized funding. So those are just some ideas I wanted to throw out and just get some input from you on this thing, so.
Well, I think when we discussed it, we said that we weren't sure we were the group too, because we weren't sure what other groups are out there inside FWP that should be more accurately dealing with it.
Yeah.
And I don't think anyone ever told us if there was.
Yeah, there isn't. But there's gonna be things that are changing with, like I said, with you guys will be working with that, that idea of the landowner preference and things like that. Also working some other things with landowner relationships. We're following a lot of that in the department. But as far as we do have, the game damage and different things like that to pay for that. But there's also gonna be the health working group, looking at it. And so it's a bigger picture than just the migration corridor. And from my perspective, if we want to do this right, it's maybe look at that, more vested people in it, and understand that we can work through the state or whatever to get some funding set aside for this if that's what they desire they need. But once again, from my perspective, we're only hearing one side of it, which is understandable. But I do want to see what the landowners got to say on this, because I just had an opportunity to meet with them last, I guess it was Monday. But I was trying to be in the meeting, but I couldn't make it. So once again, I did it through the phone, which is not productive. But I did say that I would come down on the 23rd, big time for it. Go down. They're going to meet in Chico. So I said I've spent a day down there with them and talking to the land. So I just had a few of the people there representing. So on all these topics, it's so diversified on where people are going to come together on this stuff, how they're going to do things. So I just want to hear the other side of the story. But that's what I wanted to tell you today.
I mean, what, just based on what you guys see, kind of what is your gut feeling on this? I want to take it over, not take it over. Yes, sir.
Mr. Warsack, first off, I've had a real passion for the migration issues since I worked for BLM and just the antelope issues in our part of the world. And it's been something I've been really interested in. I've listened into several of the conference calls with the Migration Coalition, you know, after visiting with Jason and stuff. I took part in those for quite a while. But based on what they provided as the input that you gave us yesterday in terms of the work that you would like us to consider doing for 505, discussions that we had in here this morning, just about the PALA program and just some of the things that could be challenging for this group and the department that, you know, in terms of implementation of that. I don't know that we truly have the time to, and when I look at this, there's a lot here. I mean, and to really do it the right way, I'm really concerned that there is enough time commitment or you know, especially if we're gonna have 4 meetings a year. I just don't know if there's enough time out there for us to do justice for this initiative. I guess that's kind of my thought. And again, I really believe in the migration work that's being done, but I'm just trying to think about, boy, there's a lot here to bite into and really get your hands wrapped around and do it justice.
I appreciate that. I really do. And that's kind of where my mind went with this. I realize what I've given added to you, and we can always do a bunch of things poorly or a few things really, really good. And I think what we need to do is a few things really, really good. And so I agree with you, because I think you would give the effort to do this, but we're going to spread ourselves too thin on this.
I think if there's somebody out of this group that wanted to be on your,
yes, they could cross over.
They could, yeah, but I'm with Dale. I think with this palace stuff that we're gonna be working on and stuff, I think to do it justice, we're gonna have to put a lot of time into it.
Well, I can't agree more. That's why, after listening yesterday, and some of the topics are coming up and trying to figure out what we're doing right, who's getting paid, how we get paid, all those things that I think that have to work through. I think that, I mean, and as you really dive into this, and then you have to also, you have to measure it. What are we getting bang for the buck with this stuff? What's really on there? And should be looking for a report on how this worked or didn't work. So all that stuff has to come together, and that to me, just that alone is a full-time job for this committee. So I appreciate them asking and wanting us to do it, and it should be a pride of all of you that they think we can solve this problem, you know, and work on this issue. I mean, it shows that there's some trust in this organization. I mean, in the PLPW, so you've done a good job. But I gotta agree. So I appreciate your perspective on it, and that's how do the rest of you feel? Senator, I know you just indicated the same thing. So, other thoughts?
Yep. I was just going to say, if you're running down Paradise Valley and having to meet with those people, you might want to get with Quentin, because I'm on the elk cattle brucellosis in that area. And we've done some things that have been highlighted in the papers. Again, like you said, the papers sometimes didn't. Yeah. But I know one of the ladies you're going to end up meeting definitely.
Well, I'll get a brief from you beforehand. Quentin's with me.
Okay, good. Because some of the things that we tested for the calving and the brucellosis spread and stuff, it dealt with the migration and stuff and all.
Yeah, as you dig into this stuff, there's a lot of people overlapping. All it is, we need to do some coordination, figure out the best way to do that.
So yeah, that was my suggestion. That I get Quentin and I don't know who's taking over elk cattle brucellosis. Kind of have a meeting once a year, but it'll probably be coming up here pretty quick.
It will be Quentin right now at Stockbrook. So.
You're in Lewiston?
Huh? Couldn't be that. I wanted to be there too. But
So my feeling, Director, is that they brought it here because of the landowner-sportsman relationship. And they've made it pretty clear that they want to move beyond the question of access, asking for access to address these needs. And so in a sense, to me, that takes us out of that. At the same time, I think they came to us because they didn't know where their voice was being heard. And whether it's through livestock or through FWP, there needs to be a clear place where their voice is heard and these things are considered deliberately for these impacts. I mean, when you look at depredation, that's a monetary reality. That's a whole new question in this state. Habitat improvement, there's some involvement already there. Disease prevention, I think what they're talking about there primarily is a huge historic issue that no one has put to bed.
Right.
And we're gonna do that. I mean, between the US government, the state government of Montana, that's a huge issue. And yet what we heard was a real cry for help.
Yeah.
And so if I don't feel comfortable kicking the can down the road if there isn't a solution that you come up with in conjunction with livestock or whoever that actually deals with these issues for them. I would rather hear it from them and be able to communicate it than not have them have that.
That makes perfect sense.
We know all of these issues to begin with. And I think the one they don't address so much in here that's coming and we haven't talked about is all the real estate change. I mean, we've seen it slowly coming and now you just push the fast forward button into warp speed that we have no idea. So that's going to be another part of this for them because these people are historic, primarily ranch people or farm in the state of Montana. So that's my concern is that we don't kick it down the road, that we have a real place to go. And the other thing I made when I read it last night, one note, local working groups and committees, if you can congeal the CAC responsibilities with the supervisors into your communication that has teeth. I don't know.
Well, that is the plan, to develop the CCs a lot more and give them some teeth or some stuff on these things. But no, I appreciate everybody's input. It's kind of right where my mind was to start with. I just wanted to hear from you. But no, by no means do I want to leave them hanging. So you made some really good points, and I think we need to work with livestock. We need the other thing. So can it be bigger than just FPP? Can be other things that we can work together on this. And with the relationships, as I indicated before, now that the governor has built with the other administration, without the other departments, we got that working relationship. We would say, how do we bring this in? How do we crack this nut? We have brucellosis issues, we got this, we got whatever the case may be. We got, state lands involved, all these other things bring us together and try to get a working group that crosses boundaries of agencies as well and come up with what's best for the state. And I think that's what the focus needs to be on. This, and like I said, once again, to me, everybody should be proud that they want to come to us. Not because we're the last resort, but I think they see it now as this group making some things happen. That's behind it. But that's, so if this is okay with you, and I think you're fine with it, is I will get back with them, tell them what our plan is. And then we agree that this is an issue, but I've tasked you with so many things that we could come in. If we can't find anything else, I would bring it back to you. If I can't get a different group to do this and say, this may be what we have to work on to help them out in the meantime. But I think there's some better ways of doing it, getting some different players involved and expanding quite a bit. So Carl, your thoughts, you're kind of looking.
I am proud of this committee for doing what we did, especially with the pollen. But I feel a little bit, I don't want us to water ourselves down.
Right.
And I kind of think that's what you're saying.
Yes, sir.
That let's focus on doing a real good job on what we got. As we found today, we need a little tweaking. There's no doubt about it. But let's get this tweaked, all tuned up, pointed in the right direction, and then think about taking something else on.
Yeah, well, you got a few things on your on your list already. So
Yeah.
as you get one done, there's gonna be another one. So
Right,
I mean,
right.
that's gonna continue.
But-
And you guys are gonna bring things in that you wanna talk about. It's not direction just from the FWP. It's, I just brought these up. These are issues that are on the forefront right now that I know are gonna bite us. So, and this is the group to work on.
Take it back to my background in the fire service. You always had the reporter saying, well, do you think this is arson? Hey, lady, let me put it out first, you know, and then we'll, you know, and then we'll figure out somebody to blame. But right now, let's just put her down and go from there.
So the one thing they had, and again, I read this last night, so I didn't have time to look at it, but I thought we could throw at Jason, just to, and maybe you already know,
Colorado one.
is to look at that Habitat Partnership program in Colorado, just to see if it applies already to what we're doing, since our thing is Habitat. And not that we take that on, but to look at it, show us what it is as one agenda item, and then we go from there.
I think, and we kind of talked about that back there about that's, and you may, I'll throw this out, you may want to look at what other states are doing as well.
You bet.
Because you're gonna hear that we do it this way in Utah, they do it this way in New Mexico, they do it, I mean, and during the 505, I was asked a question if I'm following North American model. I said, which version? Because there's, you know, there's 50 state, 2 provinces, and they all say they're following it, and they're a little bit different. And we have a version I think is very solid, but I'm more concerned about the public trust doctrine.
I thought you would have said, we are setting the North American model.
Yeah, I couldn't say that. No, it's what everybody looks to, there's no question about it. But once again, you talk to Colorado, they're following North American model and proud of what they're doing.
Yeah.
So it's just that degree, so. No, I think there's all good things, so.
I think there's enough stuff here to deal with, and if there's another group that's kind of looking at that and coming up with the ideas, and part of that is the livestock and the economics and the brucellosis issue and all of that. And then if it ends up coming into some access issues because of what they want to set up, maybe they can come to us for a little advice.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. Break it down. I mean, don't take on the whole animal, take on the pieces that we're set up to work on. And that's a really good point, Representative. You know, we can tell them this group can also be a sounding board for the issues with access, you know, and different things like that. So, I mean, I think we've got a lot of flexibility and ability to do a good job and help them out, but I will make a commitment to help work with them on it. But this is not the place to hold the whole thing, if that makes sense. Everybody okay with that? Yes, sir.
When you're speaking about the provinces and stuff, and this is kind of off the subject, but are you gonna have a presence at the Penmore meeting in August at Big Sky?
When is
Pacific Northwest Economic Region, and that has they'll be discussing feral hogs and all that stuff up there. I think you really should have a presence.
Well, anything that you think I should be at.
Okay,
I probably shouldn't go. No.
Actually, Mike Cuff is the president of Benmore this year.
You know.
So get a hold of Mike.
Well, Mike will get a hold of it. Yeah, and he had mentioned that.
Mike will get a hold of you.
He got following his speed dial all the time. But that's great. I just gotta get the dates and make sure I don't have a conflict, but I would love to.
Because all the Manitoba, Saskatchewan, British Columbia, the Northern Territories, they're all involved heavily into that Penmore.
Yeah.
And I think that they have a wildlife section.
Mike did bring it up a while ago to me about this coming up, and I just said, let me know when it is. So the quicker I can put it on my calendar, they won't put anything else on there. So if you can get, I'll have them get the dates for it. Make sure I'm there and the other people there. Anything else on it? Yes,
You
ma'am.
did have a Zoom with a couple of landowners down there, if you didn't know that.
I did.
Yeah, in December, PLPW hosted another landowner panel kind of on this topic, and there was a couple, Druska with,
yeah,
and then Jeff Reed. But those two guys represented kind of the paradise and some of the issues that they experienced.
How did that go with their feel? I mean,
yeah, I mean, they're just looking for an avenue. I think like Ed said, they're looking for a place to work on these issues, not just be brushed off.
Talking about the cost that they run because of the hay they lose and the animals.
Dreska's the one I was thinking of, yeah, because, yeah, and then it goes right back to what Ed said, because right next to her, their neighbor goes subdivision, oh, we love the elk. Well, we're calving cows out, folks. It ain't working.
Yeah.
And that's really where this got some legs, I think. When she spoke about losing sleep or waking up thinking about brucellosis, and I mean, it's not a new reality, but they haven't had resolved. I mean, that's essentially the need to be addressed.
I'll be honest with you. I was ignorant when we were up at the farm bureau on that. And in the panel I was in, the gentleman talked about the loss of brucellosis and putting herds down. And I said, so what are we talking about, numbers? And he had a long history of it. And it was an eye-opening experience to realize that
70,000 a year, the one.
yeah, that you walk out and you basically kill your whole herd.
Right.
And I can't even imagine what they go through on that. And that's the thing I think that.
That's through a lifetime of work.
Exactly. I mean, so that's the thing I think that we talk about such high levels that we don't get into the emotion to understand why they're concerned so much about all these things. And we say, oh, it's brucellosis. Yeah, we've heard about that. Not a big deal. But when you live, same with, I do go through the same exact thing with grizzly bears. It's not a big deal. They just push them out until you're living there and your kid has to stick his arm down the throat of one to survive. Things like that. It's then it becomes real and passionate. Then you understand the passion they have on these things. And once again, that's why I love being in the middle of this. I mean, I love the passion that people have, and we just need to be able to try to thread the needle through this stuff and get it done in the most effective way.
So really, you're making her the promise that you'll find a way.
No, I'm working on a way.
That's what I mean, to find a way to address, at least hear them and move forward.
It's like, yeah, I'd like to have a cure for cancer. I'll work on one, but I don't know if I'm up with it. But I think that's the whole thing is, and I think I mentioned it when I met with the tribes, the theme that they brought across the whole thing when we talked about the 8 different tribes is working together. And to me, that was paramount. That they're sitting across from each other saying, after they just get through saying, well, in the old days, if we come across with a herd of buffalo in the center of us, we get the sign for smoke, having peace pipe or breaking the arrow in war. If we did the peace pipe, we'd hunt, do our harvest, then we'd celebrate. We did the war, we'd go fight. Hell with the harvest. And one of the other tribes says, yeah, and they frown on that now.
Yeah. Later.
We used to kill each other, yeah. And it was just so matter of fact to them and how it was set up. And then how do we move into this to make sure we're doing, and like I said, once again, from them saying working together, it just gives me hope. And I look at these things, this is what we need to do, is have people sitting together, working together with solutions. And that's why I think this group is paramount to a lot of those things. But this ask is too big. That's where I'm at with this. Yes, sir.
Director, if I heard you right, and if I didn't, please tell me, but early in your comments today, I thought I heard you say, it would be nice to have some type of a link between this group and the migration group. And if that is your intention, or you would like that, just because I have been involved in some of those calls, I would be more than happy to at least take that role on until I'm told to do something different. But you can go through Jason or however and let me know what you would like.
Yes, sir. I appreciate that. If everybody's okay with that, I think that makes sense. And I would say, yes, we should, if we do have groups like that, we can get them in there to help and understand what they're going through. And then you would have the ability to say, this is something possibly that the PLPW may be able to work better on this. We've done that. We got this experience. You can possibly experience as an experienced member what our sideboards are and how far we can go, and also understand what we're already tasked with. Is our plate too full? We could probably do this, but at this time, do this. Those things I think will help everyone. So, yes, I did say that, and I appreciate that.
Thank you.
I definitely could address a lot of the brucellosis problems we address, because there's some things going on right now that the inaction is killing us.
Yeah. No, I understand. It's big issues and that's why this stuff is so cool.
There's so much education that needs to be done. That, yeah, people aren't understanding the importance, the urgency and all of that.
Did I bring up, I'm already late, so I don't matter. But did I bring up my discussion that I had with the tribe and talk to them about where we failed to educate the public on that? Did I bring that up when I talked last time?
Just about the role of the agency as a
Yeah,
whole.
informing people what happens on the aging. I give that same spiel to so many people. I gotta remember who I'm talking to. But to me, it's paramount, it's that education, understand why we're doing things. And it doesn't make you, you may not still like it, but at least you understand it. And I think that's a big part of this stuff, is understanding what we're doing and why we're doing it. Well, I'm gonna run. Thank you all. Thanks for calling again. Appreciate it. Yes, ma'am.
I have one more question. It's kind of contentious there. With HB 637, are you starting to consider how many non-resident hunters then we're going to allow? Because more and more contracts are going to come in each year. 300 and something came in this year under this, and it's over our cap of non-residents. So are you starting to consider if you'll put another cap on?
On the cap?
Yeah, on the cap or on how many we accept under 637?
So that 600 number, that's just the one time only, that's this year, the above and beyond the 17,000.
That this
Yeah.
year, next year.
This year,
Yeah,
Right now.
right,
right now.
exactly, right now.
Right.
And that's my,
So what it is they're talking, I can't remember what the number is. It's a low number right now. It's like,
I think it's, well, it's almost,
353 or 300.
that's how many been issued. So
it's been issued,
far.
but
It's, I think there's been about 1,300 applications.
1,300.
Yeah,
So
1,300 applications.
that is above and beyond it.
Right.
So that cap has been set in statute, I don't know, 20 years ago.
Right, but are you considering what you're gonna allow under 637?
It's not our decision. So what happens is those are allocations and that's through the legislature. So they allowed this one time to go above that cap. So that's a legislative requirement. From my personal perspective, we see the demand coming in and we've got, if there's a way of tailoring these elk hunters in certain places where we have problems with elk that doesn't interfere with access, in my mind, I look at it, how can I justify a certain number when we're 800% over objective? We're at certain things above objective to try to get the number. But that's a really touchy subject, of trying to set this up. That's why it's a legislative decision. But yeah, as far as what we're allowing and allow more and things like that, we don't have the flexibility to do that. Now, what we do have, if there's an error on applications, we can go up in a certain area up by, what is it, Ken, 10%? We can adjust it by up to 10% for third-party errors in a hunting district.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the rules are, but.
Yeah, we have an adjustment. We don't, in the past, we've done it a couple of times and not got one or two tags, nothing much like that. But does that answer your question then?
A little bit. I'm just kind of contemplating into the future whether you'll be advised for another emergency year, for example, what might happen.
I think with that $100 second preference point, that's supposed to kind of give them a little bit more stability. The outfitters some stability in booking clients.
But they still cannot go over the 17,000.
Exactly.
No, it is over the 17,000.
No.
This year they
This
can.
year, just
But
this year.
not after.
Well, my question is, are you going to advise then for a second year after this year? You're not going to advise them? Okay.
So this was sold on the perfect storm mentality. And we can show it.
COVID sales, really.
Yeah, and we can show it with, facts.
You can't call COVID perfect. You just can't do that.
Well, when I say perfect
An
storm.
imperfect storm.
When I'm saying that, it was, we had the COVID issue. So we had a lot of people that had kind of licensed backed away from it. And then they bought a preference point, trying to get into it. And then we had the demand because Canada's closed, other places were closed, all the COVID effects from that. So our demand for licenses went through the roof. So that saturated the application pool. And where they had before had a pretty good chance of drawing a license, it changed it drastically. So this was set up to allow for the people that had actually booked a client, had a contract with them, and did draw, have ability to bring them back and help them 1 year this year. And that's all it's set for. And I don't see the tolerance personally of doing that again. I think it's going to be, this was a one-time shot to help through this thing, economic stabilizer, all the other issues with that. And I don't foresee that happening again.
I didn't hear anything in discussion that this is something we should set up.
No.
Well, can't.
Till the next.
It wasn't
Can't go until the legislature's back in, right?
No, but it wasn't even talked about, in the discussion of the bill. Nobody even said, oh, this would be good in the future. Let's think about adding on to this or building on it. I didn't ever hear that kind of a discussion.
No, that was, and once again, that 637, and I explained before, when you open the title up so much, that's the ability to always throw things at the end and add stuff into it. And it's just the way it works.
And there wasn't time for those, there wasn't time to, the amendments that got added or the way it got changed, there wasn't time to change them or take them out again because it wouldn't have been able to have a hearing again and run through the committee that are running out of time. And that's not a good thing, but that's what happens. And it's a
And that's
bad-
just the nature of the beast.
It is. And so the good things in the bill would have died by trying to take out some of the bad things because the time frame was gone. And that's not an excuse. It's just the nature.
Yeah.
That's the frustrating part.
So it's been an issue the whole time with the outfitters, sportsmen, all these things. I mean, I ran the board of outfitters in '99. There was a big issue then. They put a moratorium on the number of outfitters. They did all these things, and all these things have changed. It's always been up and down, and there's a jealousy issue between things. Outfitters get this, landlord, have this, all these other issues come into play. But realistically, I've looked at it as an outfitter. I don't know. I probably told you this guy the same thing the other day. Once you go a license in another state, you have 3 options. Go out there opening day and walk around, hope you get something. 2, take a whole bunch of vacation, spend a bunch of money and study as much as you can to learn what the habitats of the game you're hunting. Or 3, pay somebody who does all that stuff and have a place to go. That's not going to change as long as you keep on allowing non-residents coming to hunt the state, or even residents, depending on where they're at. So they serve a purpose on that part of it as long as you sell a license. And the issue about a guaranteed tag is, I looked at it from the standpoint of it's no different than having a car dealership. But you correct me on this, but from having a car dealership and ordering the cars and us being the manufacturer and say, they got to go out and do all the work, sell the car, do all this stuff. And then when you sell it, there's a car delivered to you. So that's the way the guaranteed tags used to work on this thing, is they had to do all the work to do this, do it and get them sold. It wasn't that we gave them tags and said, no, go sell them. It's just a little bit different twist that when they did do it, there would be something there that they sold. Now you add your part to it.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of different parts to it.
Yeah, but you brought up a really good one the other day.
Yeah, well, I think.
Because part of it is it's a public resource that we're doing
Right,
it
the
with.
car comes from the manufacturer to the dealer and you buy the inventory.
Right.
An outfitter doesn't buy the inventory. They sell the public animal.
Right.
And that's
And they
the
provide
forever
service.
argument
Yeah.
is the Montana model of the public trust.
Shouldn't it be the Colorado model?
And your argument is quite true, but part of the reason for that is a valid argument is the terrible way that the outfitters have approached not the public and the FWP.
Yep.
There has been no interaction, and I run that guy plumb out of my office, so he'd never come around here.
Yeah.
Gene Johnson was a good one.
Yep.
Gene worked with people, and there needs to be more interaction with it. If that outfitters group wants to maintain a presence and a healthy business climate in Montana, it's absolutely necessary that they meet with the Highline sportsmen and the different sporting groups. Stand up there and take a beat.
Right.
And talk to them about what, and talk to the FWP. Where are you over objective? Where are you under objective? So that then you can set your clients up. There may be areas where that outfitter can no longer get his hunters into because the numbers just ain't there. But where you do have over objectives and you do, then you work with the outfitters and these guys don't care where they get an elk, hell,
No, I think that those are all good points. And it comes down to the basic thing of working together.
You gotta work together.
And I think we need a good outfitter representation on this panel, on this council, that is willing to take it and also willing to bring that message back and get communication on that. And that's what from my perspective, we need good representation from everything to get this thing done the right way. So
I think I asked MAC to put that name forward from their association, and it didn't happen for about a year. And so I think he's got somebody in line because that actually is part of this council's rule. The commissioner, the new commissioner Tabor, will be part of that. And that's great, and that's good, and it's important, just like hearing from Lee. I mean, I'm a whole country away from Lee,
right,
and what he knows and sees there. And that's what makes this work.
Well, everybody brings a value.
Yeah.
And you're close to it, I think.
I also think, where's the elk management plan going to come into this and when? Because again, it failed to meet expectations on either party. If you're using landowners and sportsmen and outfitters as the two parties, it failed to meet those expectations, and it has to be addressed. So it's not addressed like in 637 at the last minute.
That actually added fuel to it.
Yeah.
But
And you're right, Dwayne. I mean, obviously that's how it works. We should have that bill in our pocket. So when that stuff's happening, we're going, here's one.
Yeah.
This is gonna pass. We got ours too. He can help us with that as he retired.
You have these, if they got a proposal, then they should have a good enough relationship with the sportsmen's groups and stuff that when it's presented in a committee, then people stand up and support it.
Absolutely.
That's one of the things that I really want to work towards is, I said, if you're going to come to me with a proposal, let me know what the other side has said. If you haven't talked to them, don't come to me until you have.
Right.
Because otherwise you just, and that's a little bit of my concern with this, is I know they've talked to people and done that, but I want to hear what's happening from the Paradise Valley of my own, to hear that other part of it.
Yeah.
And it may be right in line with it. If it is, that's great. And we can say, okay, how do we work together? And we need to look at something that I can look at on this. But if we're adversarial, that's the first hurdle, is to get them talking together, and move forward on a solution. So, no, I couldn't agree more. That's the crux of all this, is just good communication and getting the right people talking. Because it's for so long people they feel like they can come into FWP and just get one side of it and we move on. And we have to an extent. We've got to stop back and say, there's three sides of a story, my side, your side, and the truth. Where we fit in on this thing and look at it that way. So, well, I do have to go now.
Thank you for coming back, Hank.
No, thank you. Yeah, this is
a lot for being a part of this.
Well, I appreciate it. This group is near and dear to my heart. I mean, I really do like like the people on it. I think it's just, you do some really, really good work, and you're so dedicated. That's the neat part about it.
And Paradise Valley is still pretty unserious.
Yeah. Well, thank you all. If I could, you've all got my number. You all the stuff, you have questions anytime, you can call. And we can talk. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Hank.
A lot of good.
So yesterday afternoon, Dale brought up a couple comments at the end about, wanted to really kind of address the 505 and the public preference stuff. Yeah, those topics that you wanted to kind of run past the group. And then we kind of talked a little bit about pallet stuff, but what, I guess I'd leave it open to you guys. What do you want to talk about next? We've got Dustin will do a presentation, probably maybe 15 minutes to half hour. So we have basically a free half hour now. So I turn to you guys. What would you like to tell me to do, Dustin?
Did you get my number?
Your number.
The number on the pallets that weren't included in our book?
So the ones from last year that are renewals are at the bottom of this table. So we have one.
So those aren't included in the book, they're just at the bottom.
7 of the palas that were offered multi-year agreements last year going forward, just because we already had signed contract. So those are that, there's 1, 2, 3, 4 in region 6, a big wilderness, Bitter Creek study area. And then 3 from region 7 that we approved last year as well. Those are on 10-year agreements, and so those just continue to roll as long as we have appropriation. So this year, I think we had 32, something like that.
Jason, it's one of those agreements in Region 7, if I could just give a little information on that. So there's I think it's the Sackman Pala. We're actively with the Region 7 Lower Yellowstone access dollars coming up. We've already been working on a permanent solution to that to get to the old Powder River Depot fishing access site. So we're working with the railroad, DNRC, and BLM because it's a big multi-jurisdictional project. That would be a permanent solution to a new permanent FAS at the mouth of the Powder River. So I would see that project coming together before the 10-year term of the PALA is up, which would then basically mean we don't need the PALA. But it's going to be at least a 2 to 4 year project. So for now, the PALA is great, but we're working on a permanent solution there.
Thank you.
Did I answer it?
Yeah, because the senator asked on the fishing access, and so I went, since it wasn't in the package.
Yeah.
Make sure. Thank you.
Just listen to Director Warsack here and talking about 505. I got a sense of what he wants, but I guess I'd like to have a little bit better input from the department of the director, what he would like us to come up with, not the end result, but where he wants us to go. Because I see several things here, right? I see the Elk Working Group and them having meetings with public entities. They've already had an Elk Working Group that came together to help formulate some of the thoughts that go into this. They're going to be holding a series of public meetings. I just want to make sure that we are working, in conjunction with Dr. Parsons and the department and the other entities that are working on the elk management plan. I could see us really getting a black eye if all of a sudden we come up with a recommendation that's cut and pasted and said, okay, this has come from the elk or from the PALA group, and all of a sudden we have other entities that are working and have come up with their own recommendations. And I think we're a really good group to be a part of this. But again, I think we need to know what the task is, much like the Migration Coalition. We asked that question, what is it that you want from us? And what is it that the director would like from us, related to 505? And then I'm just concerned that we make sure that that's tied in with the other entities that are working on this, because I could see us getting a black eye out of it. It's like, boy, they've just completely bypassed all the public input that's been ongoing around the state for this plan, and we've come up with our own recommendations, and that's what got put in there. So probably just more than anything, just clarification in terms of what it is they want from us.
What is the status of the elk working group, elk objective reformation?
So they formed that working group.
The first one?
Yeah, just sort of one and done. That group came up with guiding principles to provide the commission. The commission tentatively adopted them, went out for public comment. We got some comments, not a lot, and then they're gonna finalize that on the 24th. And then that's kind of, or some version of those. And that'll be the kind of the kickoff for us then to start crafting a draft plan that kind of meets whatever those guiding principles end up being. That'll then go out for public comment. So there's right now there's not a plan in the near future for any additional working group.
So how can you address 505 without an elk plan?
Well, I guess it depends what, the way I see it is there were some different things in there. The part that I heard Hank talking about that he really liked is somehow incentivizing elk harvest, and particularly on private lands. So the elk plan is going to talk, well, we don't know where they're all going to have in there, but objectives and it could be different tools to get those objectives. 505, what I see is sort of what are some potential incentives or potential things you do to incentivize harvesting of elk on private land. So they could be real tightly interconnected or kind of two separate processes, and then take that, the recommendations, I'm going to call them the 505 recommendations, and fold that into the elk planning process. It's a little bit gray, obviously.
So we don't really have a plan.
We don't have a plan for a plan. We have a plan for a plan. The 505 piece.
Is the plan. So, yeah, I'm just a little muddled on that thinking, because is it more clear to say that the work of the elk working group is done? I know technically the first group is done, but my understanding there'd be then a formation of those concepts to pick and choose and create a new plan.
Yeah, and that's the intent is to.
So is that going to happen, you think? Or?
Yeah, but the next step is for the department, basically Lindsay working with our regional staff on using those guiding principles to help craft a sort of a draft, and potential alternatives to help address those guiding principles.
And a time frame?
I think the plan is like over the course of the next year.
So it'd be just barely in front of the next legislature.
Yeah.
And in the meantime, I think that's the problem.
More to come at the commission meeting later this month, I suppose. Really, when it comes to tools in the toolbox for timelines, or even the elk management plan timeline, I believe that's all on the commission agenda.
This month,
In 2 weeks from today, I believe.
24th or something.
24th, yeah.
You know, if we're gonna look at tackling this in some format, the 505, I think we almost have to have a meeting that's dedicated to it. I don't think it can be a half a day thrown in to the palette discussions. I just think it's such a complex issue. We're gonna need different entities coming in and briefing us on some things. It's not gonna be a quick, easy fix. And I'm sure Mr. Logie and Mr. Ankney could tell us, you know, that after the last 2.5 months of the legislature, they would echo that sentiment. It's gonna take us some time to wade through this and come up with hopefully some well thought out recommendations for the department.
It's part of the problem in that whole discussion, everybody did feel they got left out. It was all of a sudden something came in, and it was only to help a few big ranchers. I mean, that's the perception that everybody kept talking about, and it was a bigger picture than that, but that's how the conversation got going in the negative.
That was the perception.
Yeah, and it came out very hard that way, and you know, the uproar was that, yeah, you're just building a program for 1 or 2 people, and we didn't have input.
And a lot of that had to do, I believe, at least in part, with a lack of vetting. I mean, it just seemed like it came up quick enough that it took people by surprise. So there was certainly a perception, real or not, that it had not been very well vetted. And again, whether that's a fair argument or not, I do think that's a sense that a lot of people had.
And that was why it was looked at negatively. That was the biggest comment. Was that nobody got to comment. There it comes in as a surprise kind of toward the end. And the emails, I think it was about maybe 800 that one weekend on that bill.
And you read them all.
It was pretty easy to read them.
They only use 9 words.
No. So I don't sit down and read them all at once.
But I think a lot of those emails too is one guy's opinions agreed to by 300 people, without the 300 people actually reading the damn bill.
And even reading his email, he just forwarded it on.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Yes.
And that's the way I answer emails, read the damn bill. Period.
That's why you didn't answer me.
Well,
and you have to know, a lot of the emails.
I told you I would face the music.
Yeah. A lot of the emails we get, it is that way. They don't even read the bill.
No.
They read the title or a friend read the title wrong.
Yeah.
And then they get on this list and then they send it to a group that sends them all out.
Yeah.
And some of those, if I can key in on the group, I respond, I go reply, I think you've been hacked, and I send it back. Get them thinking.
Did you have that comment, Ed?
No, just that begs the point of getting the people that are gonna send that first email, that's one.
Yeah.
Somehow in the discussion to get ahead of that, if it's at all possible, to be successful.
But that goes back to getting your information to those key groups.
Mhm.
And
Early.
and then
Sure.
even if they don't agree with you, at least you have explained it and you're honest with them, and if, you know, then if they still oppose you, it's honest opposition.
Yeah, a lot of people just thought that one was, nobody had any kind of input at all. And they just kept trying to push that, but there was no input. It was a last minute plan by somebody and not very many people. So somehow the public has to get involved, whether it's a help group or whatever.
About the landowner preference, Dale.
Well, I think it's somewhat tied in, isn't it? I mean,
Could be. Yeah, kind of, we're all in this uncertainty as far as what the next meeting will look like and or who will all be present and how that'll all operate at this time. I think you're right though, as far as the next, that's the topic we can address. Like a fall meeting is a good time to do that. Because then we have like a winter meeting to get ahead of the pallet stuff before that goes out too. So it kind of gives us that window of time to work on some of those issues and then continue to work on it should appointments be made in a timely manner.
So hell, none of us may be here.
Could be. We'll give him the turn. Since Mr. Oh, go
What's the
ahead.
landowner preference part that you want to talk about?
well, that was brought up by,
Mr. Eustace.
and the director.
And the director.
I don't, what's your sense? What do you think they're looking for?
Well, I think Hank's just both of them probably are looking for a better way for the department to understand how to issue those licenses. So it's hard for me to speak for the department, but I guess when it comes to used by elk, that's one of the big areas that we always struggle with. From a landowner trying to understand what that means to a sportsman, to the agency, to just that definition itself, which is statutory.
Then what is an employee? I think that's right.
Yeah, right. So, yeah.
Yeah, what is an employee?
Some definitions to those things could be legislative topics that you guys would.
Now, the 160, that's much more defined because that talks about damage.
It does, and it's for antlers only. I think the big one is the bull permits. So we had the guy yesterday here that for a variety of reasons didn't draw any of his, but he's got 60,000 acres in block management and didn't draw a single bull permit. So there's that piece of it too that all factors in.
So you need to make a synopsis of those things that are underneath preference that we need to look at. And whether it's the definition of elk use or whatever. And like Brett Eustace said, you're aware of these problems. We're not. So whatever they are, I mean, we can use what you're aware of to address these problems that he ran into and all the rest. That's what we should do.
What's a relative?
What's that?
What's a relative? I mean, you can give it to
Yeah. Yeah, whatever it
Blood
is.
relative, or is it like,
some of it's.
I've adopted 5 kids the Cheyenne way, so. They're my kids, I mean, is that a relative?
Senator, you came up though with, at the last legislature, you redefined that, the mentor, who could mentor an apprentice hunter? And when the discussion was going on yesterday, I thought, that's probably not a bad place to start. I'm just looking at some of that language that's already been defined for that program and say, okay, does this apply to this preference issue as well? And I'm not saying it does because I can come close to regurgitate that, but to me, that's it makes sense to kind of line that out, the preference thing as well. How far does preference go? I mean, I come from South Dakota. There's some areas down there where if you're not a landowner, you are not going to draw a deer tag now because the landowner preferences takes every one of the deer tags in some of those counties. And I know that to be a true statement in some areas. And I don't think that's where we want to go to in Montana, but maybe providing some input back to the department and the legislature would be helpful from this group. And that's kind of what I thought maybe reading between the lines a little bit yesterday. That's something that I thought I heard.
But we have some definitions too on some of those licenses, like come home to hunt and non-native resident on who is a family member.
And it's in statute as well for the cooperator license as well, as far as family member definition, but not the employee one. I don't think is quite as clear. Okay. Other topics, issues?
Anything?
Well, let's just start trap line reports. Does that work?
Wayne says, don't do it.
Don't do it.
Don't do it, Ed.
So yeah.
He said I disappointed him yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
What I said, yeah.
Let's get.
You want to introduce these two that came in?
Yes, I can. So these are the budget folks I talked about. I had asked Lena, who's on the right there in orange, your left. My left, your right. What's your right, left? My left, your right, your left. Anyway, so Lena and House, they're our budget folks that handle our, well, budgets. Lena's our chief financial officer for the whole department, the director's office, and then Ann handles our wildlife division, and I'm sure other.
Just wildlife.
Just the best.
It's big enough.
Yeah, right. So that's who we have here sitting in the back. Lena was gonna, like I said, I had her plugged for a presentation, but then I yanked it on her last minute, so that was my fault. But if you guys had any budget questions or anything like that for them, they'd certainly be happy to ask.
That's a quick one.
Yeah, I still wanted to come over and make sure that nobody had anything for us, so just checking in and if you have any questions.
What access money is going unused?
What access money is going unused? There's a little bit of block management that goes unused because the cash doesn't actually support what we have for an appropriation. So there's nothing we can do about that. There is the pallet didn't get used just because of implementation timing. Other than that, FAS is a little underutilized. I think they leave about 7% on the table about every year, mostly related to maintenance type projects.
ICE can come in and take care of that in about 5 minutes.
Yeah, yeah, you never know, right? So specific to access, I think that's about it. There's some parks type access, recreational type use funds. They are working on a plan to utilize those better. But I think that's about, do you have one specifically you're thinking? Okay.
No,
Those are all the ones
I was not prepared for you.
Those are the ones I can think off the top of my head.
How about access that, from what you see, is underfunded?
Underfunded? It's a loaded question. I'm a hunter, so I think that the piece of land that my block management area is on should be purchased by the agency, but nobody supports that.
You lose.
I know.
More boots on the ground.
I heard that.
So it's a hard question because native Montanan, I have a lot of different focuses. So coming from my standpoint as a person, I don't know what I would want to see funded better. I hunt, I fish, I hike, I'm outside all the time. So we're trying to balance all of those for the citizens of Montana and not just one specific group. I don't know that I have an opinion on what I think could use more money. As a consumer, as a budget person, I think we all need more money.
Does
right?
something run out of money first that still has aching demand?
No, the legislature has been very good to us in supporting what we request as far as access. So I think they're very supportive. I think if we needed to get more, we would have a plan for how we were going to implement. So I think all the programs do a really good job of knowing what to ask for and not ask for too much, and not ask for too little. So I think they're well funded for what we want to do right now. I don't know of any of them that really run out.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Jason, but we didn't deny any block management applications that met the basic qualifications.
Not because of a lack of funding, no. We've been able to use a lot more federal aid in the block management program, PR specifically, because everybody's buying guns and bullets. And so because of that, we've been able to save on actual license cash. So when we were able to save on cash and supplement with PR, we don't have to deny contracts. If we were to stick to just the earmark because the PR wouldn't be there, we would have to be evaluating projects and turning them down because of just the cash can't support. So the money we get in can't support the block management program just by license revenue. We have to have the federal aid component to make contract payments.
You guys are rolling in money.
Doctor.
Not on camera.
Oh, yeah, you are.
Dang it.
So we get 28.5% of the non-resident big game combos that sell. And similarly, when those sell out, we continue to fund that hunter access fund or the earmark. When the license price was raised quite significantly, probably around that 2012 timeframe, we didn't sell all those licenses. The access program then became unfunded, and we can't fund contract payments. And so there's that balance between how much of the earmark, which is in statute, goes to which program. We're at 28.5% currently. But like I said, the earmark cash isn't enough to support just the program as it is. We have to have that federal aid component unless they move some money around.
The other thing is the cap, as part of that 637, the cap went up, so that's kind of increased the overall cost. What we figured that was, do you remember?
It's about 375,000, and we have it, we accounted for it in federal, so we'll get a larger PR grant and pay for that out of the PR. So it's funded, the cap will be funded, and we have the ability to get a lot more PR for that program if we want to move that way. We will consider possibly a funding switch in the next session to add more federal authority so we can actually, grow the program or do different things if that need is there. So we have a really good revenue source in PR right now, so.
Keep it up, Ed.
Yeah, don't count on it forever.
When it dies, it's gonna die.
Anything else for these ladies? Good.
No, I was gonna say, everybody asked me about the marijuana money, so I'm surprised.
I always thought you got an email for some wolf that got COVID and see if you could tap into that supply.
Get reimbursement.
All right, Dustin, you're up, big guy.
All right.
These ladies.
Yeah, of course. Anything we can do to help.
So I just wanted to give you guys kind of an update of where we've been.
Thanks, Lena.
Since probably December, I think, was the last time we talked about fishing access enhancement program. Within, under your scope, I believe the private land fishing agreements is actually the only thing that falls under the PLPW, whereas our general FASs are kind of set aside on their own without oversight, but they are related and they all fall under my responsibility. So we've had great success this first 6 months of the year. So we have one really nice project on Grasshopper Reservoir up by Havre that is going to, I'm expecting the paperwork to come in any day on that. That's a kind of a long time friendly landowner that has allowed access off and on to the public, but he has a dam failure on the reservoir and needed some money to fix it. So he approached us about entering a private land fishing access agreement to get some money for being friendly to the sportsmen. And so we're gonna be able to get an agreement with him so he can make some repairs to the dam, and then we'll have that a formalized agreement that will be at least 10. I believe it'll be a 15-year agreement for the future. So
At what cost approximately?
that one is, he's getting quotes right now from contractors, but we're gonna be right around $10,000 total.
Cheap.
Yeah, which is gonna lead into further discussion about PALA here in a few minutes. But a few weeks ago, we inked the deal on 5 brand new PLFAs in Region 4. Spread out all over Brady, Conrad area, all over the place. These were, friendly landowners that had allowed access to anybody that would ask, but we're trying to get away from these handshake deals and formalize access for liability issues, and because then when if there are any problems with users, we're the ones that get called to work with them. And so if we have a formalized access agreement, it just makes it a lot easier for both parties to engage and resolve any kind of issues. All of them are zero cost. We didn't have to pay for any of them. But that leads into the discussion of what are we offering the landowner? Well, all 5 of them are fish plans. And the amount they're all rainbow trout, and the amount of fish that we put in can vary between 500 a year, 1,000 a year, 1,500 a year. It just depends on the size of the water body, what the local biologist feels is a reasonable amount to put in there. And that is our compensation to the landowner and certainly the public that is there to use them. Well, the cost for one of those catchable rainbow trout coming out of the hatchery is roughly 45 cents. And so say 1,000 catchable trout per year at 45 cents a piece, just for the cost of the fish is roughly $450 for access for that year. Of course, there's cost of staff time and fuel and a truck to haul them out and get them planted. I don't have those numbers for you because mileage can vary widely. But when you're looking at just the cost of the fish, if it was 1,000 fish a year to get the access, we're looking at $450. But out of the PLFA program, I'm not paying that cost. I mean, they're a zero cost agreement, and our compensation is that we put fish in. That's a really good deal for access for the public. We're working on a new agreement on the Missouri River just below Holter Dam. Landowner just reached out to us here about a week or so ago, and so we're starting the steps on that. That's that entire corridor there is very important for access. This would be a walk-in only angler access, which you can never have too many of those in that stretch of river. So we're excited about that. Another one where the gentleman has been friendly to anglers in the past, but somebody crashed into his fence, tore it all up, and so he's looking for a little bit of help. So we're going to get a formalized deal, and that way we can make sure that he can continue to provide access there.
How many miles of access or how much access is there, would you say, Dustin?
It would give probably 2 miles of shoreline access, roughly. Yeah, at least 1.5 miles. It'd be wading access. You would pass through his property, get to below the high water mark, and then you can go up or downstream.
Okay.
So, and I don't know what kind of cost we'd be looking at on that one yet, but we would keep them comparable to others that are in the nearby area, which are they're pretty reasonable for access. One of the big things we've been working on, I kind of mentioned it with a couple of these, is we have a lot of friendly landowners that it's always been kind of a handshake deal. Like, yeah, if you want to go out and fish in my stock pond, go for it, no problem. But things are changing. The user groups are changing. The dynamic on the landscape is changing. So we're trying to push a lot of those handshake deals, and then people that are kind of in the ponds programs in Region 4 and 6 into these PLFAs to formalize those terms in the agreement. It solidifies that relationship. It gives us more tools to work with them. Some of them will have compensation. Some of them, they don't want anything. They just want to be friendly stewards and neighbors. So we're gonna see the PLFA program grow. Last year I had $15,000 for the yearly budget on that. And I asked for more. We have $25,000 now because these are unique in that most of them are one-time payments. So I can ink a deal for 15 or 20 years where I pay, you know, $5 or $10 or $15,000 up front, but then we have the deal for long term. And so it's a constant rolling and staggering of, as you enroll and re-enroll properties, making those one-time upfront payments. There are a handful that are yearly payments, and one of them I will hit on right now, which is the Leonia Private Land Fishing Access Agreement, which is over on the Kootenai River, just west of Troy. And it's actually a combination effort between Idaho Fish and Game and FWP. Idaho Fish and Game pays half of the annual payment, we pay the other half. We work with a landowner there that provides access to the Kootenai River that's really just, it's less than a mile upstream of the state line between us and Idaho. And it's an important access for the public and outfitters up in that area, and as well as Idaho Fish and Game for them to be able to get into the river and then do the research work that they need. So that is a private land fishing access agreement that's in its last year of contract. And last year, because of COVID, there was just a massive influx of users, and the landowner was pumping the brakes. And we weren't even sure we were going to be able to keep them in for this year, the last year of the contract. Last fall, I went over there and I met with some of the Region 1 staff, Idaho Fish and Game staff, some of the enforcement folks, and the landowner. And we met on site, we toured the property, we looked at some of the issues that they were having, some of the things that he was looking for as we move forward to look to us for more support to be able to keep this access open. And, you know, we came up with a plan, we were able to keep them enrolled through this year. And we're gonna reassess once the contract expires at the end of November, or the 1st of November this year, and hope to work with them to keep them in the program, because it's a very important access point. That PLFA, it's $6,000 annually for that one, which is much higher cost than most of our program. But it's split between us and Idaho Fish and Game, so our cost is $3,000. But
Dustin.
Yeah.
Right here.
Oh, sorry.
So what's your hunter use on that one?
No hunting on that one.
But I mean,
Yeah.
massive numbers of people.
Yes, it gets used quite heavily. Some of the conflicts that were occurring so there's no camping there, no overnight use, things like that. Those things were going on. People were moving their campers in there, and it's a long, steep hill. One vehicle going down, one vehicle coming up, because it's very narrow. And there was a lot of conflict because the use was so high, people going up and down the hill at the same time. And so, but yeah, the use is very high in the summer months. It opens June 1st and it goes through November 1st. But the landowner had said that he thought the use was up well more than double what it had been in the past. And the impacts were showing as well. We hire a porta potty there for those months that the contract is valid, and they were servicing those twice as much as they had in the past. So yeah, the use was way up. But yeah, we're going to reassess that one and hopefully be able to keep that in under contract for another 5-year deal coming up this fall. And Senator Ankney, you had brought up the PALA program in relation to the Lower Yellowstone project that is just at the beginning stages of starting to get kicked off. And so I'm gonna just clarify some of that. With the Lower Yellowstone project, we're looking at establishing new fishing access sites. And because of the infrastructure that we put into our fishing access sites, boat ramps, $30,000 to $70,000 a shot, latrines are $20,000 each. Road work can vary, but you're looking at $10,000 to $100,000 worth of road work and parking areas, fencing, picnic tables, campfire rings in some places. We can spend upwards of $150,000 to $400,000 just to get a new site up and running. Because of all the infrastructure we put into those, the PAL program is capped at a 10-year agreement, which you could then potentially roll over if it even qualified under the PAL parameters to get access to something. So in comparison to that, right now, the Sackman Pala, that's the mouth of the Powder River, we have that agreement, it's in place for 10 years. But it's not a permanent solution. For an FAS, we need a permanent solution at the mouth of the Powder River. With the bypass going in at the diversion at intake, where those paddlefish are gonna find their way to the mouth of the Powder River over the next few years, and that's where the heavy fishing is gonna start to occur. So we're working with, we have to get legally over the railroad, and then we have to probably purchase easement from DNRC, and then we have to come to terms on a new agreement with BLM for the actual site area. And we've already started those discussions, even though we technically don't have the funding yet because we haven't finished the budget process, but that's going to be a 2 to 4 year project probably. And so we've started the discussions, and that's a permanent solution to get access to that BLM ground where the fishing access site would go. Right now, the PALA would give us access there. However, what if the PALA program goes away and we had just spent $300,000 on developing an FAS based on that access that's there now? We have to have legal and physical access that's either permanent or at least long-term enough that we can then justify spending those dollars on that infrastructure and providing those sites. So typically a deal like that, we look at a minimum of a 20 or 25 year access to be able to justify spending those dollars. And with the PALA program being, 10 years max, unless you could keep re-enrolling, they don't mesh together very well for that. So, with the Lower Yellowstone stuff, we'll be looking at permanent solutions for the access, longer term leases and easements to justify spending the dollars on the infrastructure. One thing too I wanna hit on. So we've had our lease program for FASs. Now this is the actual true FASs, not the private land fishing agreements. We've had a handful of them either expire and we couldn't afford to renew them, or as terms were renegotiated, we couldn't afford to do it. So we've made some changes in the program now where leases are not going to be paid out of the acquisition budget for FASs. So we can actually now use our acquisition fund for acquiring, purchasing easements or acquiring a piece of property. And we spend, just doing due diligence on properties, we spend a tremendous amount of money out of the acquisition account, just paying for surveyors, hazmat studies, all kinds of stuff like that, just to get a property up and ready before we can even bring it into the system. So that's been a good thing, but we just had a big success, Eureka Reservoir near Shoto. It was with the Teton Canal Company, and we had worked with them for 30 years, and the lease was coming up last year. We did a short-term, 1-year deal for like $1,000 to buy us some time to go through and negotiate a new deal. And we got 25 years for $20,000, which was lower cost than we had been paying, but it gave them the assurance that we're gonna be able to pay you. It's gonna be a one-time upfront payment, and then the public knows they have that access for 25 years. The canal company gets the money, puts it in their bank account so they can use that for their dam inspections as we move forward. Over every 5 years, they have to do that. All parties were happy. They have a long-term deal. We have a long-term deal. Now we can go in there and invest some money in the campground and a new latrine, and it worked out well for everybody. And so just one real nice highlight of success we recently had, working on some of these deals. So
What's the usage at that place?
very high. It's very, very high. I wish I could tell you the angler days, but it's like, it's number 3 or 4 in Region 4 for use. So that includes, you know, Holter Reservoir, and, yeah, Tiber. I mean, it's way up, and the quality of the fish in there are exceptional. I mean, brown trout up to and over 10 pounds. You know, big rainbows. They grow really fast in there, and it's great fishery when it has water. We're in a good water cycle up there right now, but who knows what the future holds there too. So that was some risk we took too, knowing that that reservoir in the past has gone dry. But for the amount of money we're spending on an annual basis to keep that lease there, it's worth the risk for us. So.
Are those leases recorded in the, on the deeds?
No, we don't put them on the deeds. We have, you know, legally binding lease agreements that all parties sign off on, and then leases are signed off on at the director's office level as well. So, but we keep good records of them in the lands office. So there's, especially now as we move forward, everything's pretty ironclad, really good documents that we have. So, Justin. Yeah.
2 things, that kind of interrupt your flow, but I wanted to thank you for helping get Notch Bottom renamed.
Yeah, the renaming.
The Butte group was really excited about that.
Yeah.
But I also wanted to know, I lost the thread on it. The fishing access they were trying to build above Wise River. Do you know what the status of that is?
I'm not familiar with that one. Upstream of Wise River.
Yeah. Where they had lost the fishing site once the private landowner.
Oh, that's the Malin site I think you're talking about. So it's not a fishing access site, but it is public ownership, and there is public access there. There's just not a formalized fishing access site under my program.
So they were gonna try and build a dirt ramp down off of the highway there.
Yeah, there's not enough right of way to formalize a site there. That's why it's just a walk-in only. It's not even in the FAS program. There's no parking, and it's on a dangerous corner. So MDT was not excited about putting a formalized site there. So what happened was they just, working with the governor's office last year, they said this will be an access area, but it's not a formalized site.
Okay.
So
Thanks.
it's one of those kind of local knowledge type pieces that if you know it's there, it's there. You know, really, that's all I had to go over. I guess the one thing I would note, I mean, we were given a goal of providing 6 new access sites this year from the director's office, and Once we have 4 FASs that are gonna close over the next couple of months that we're just waiting on documents to be finished. And all of our new PLFAs and everything, we're in good shape. We've met our goal. We met our goal in March, and the rest of the year is just gravy. So we're doing well.
I wish you luck on the Sackman property, because I know from my experience, working to get access across the railroad track was absolutely monumental. The other thing I would say about that is that there's a real hunting potential that comes with that, because the geese that fall up there along the river, plus there's some BLM that's along the river that's got some really nice deer habitat on it. And I think you're gonna see, until the ice starts, you know, being a big factor on the river, you're gonna see a lot of hunters use that point to access different chunks of public land and those islands to hunt geese off of.
Yeah, no, it's a very important site, and you know, that's the unique thing with fishing access sites. It certainly ties back into hunting, because it's water access for people that are hunting from boats, whether it's waterfowl or they're using jet boats to run around for big game hunting on parcels of land that are accessible from the river. You know, and so I, as a avid hunter myself, I always keep in the back of my head as I'm looking at sites, you know, what hunting potential does this offer as well?
The historic aspect of that is off the charts too. I can see once we got legal access, or once legal access was acquired into that part could also be developed to just a monumental level. There's a couple of graves there for people that died in the last fatalities or deaths associated with the battle of the Bighorn battlefield are supposedly buried there. I know there's headstones for them or whatever, and just some of the things that are associated with that. I could see that just being a big draw. So I really hope you're successful in getting that thing completed.
Yeah. Well, thanks, Dale. We're going to work hard at that one for sure. It's a major priority on the Lower Yellowstone. Ed?
What was the status? I heard some rumors bouncing around about Castle Rock Lake out at coal strips. Did anything ever come up there? Was there problems, or do you know anything?
You know, we haven't had any involvement on that. It's from the fishing access site standpoint. So I haven't had any engagement on that at all. I know there's access there.
Yeah.
But
and I guess the rumor I heard something about is fishing games are going to be able to get in there and stock it, or the plant's going to shut down the waters, you know, when it comes pump from the Yellowstone.
State record cat just came out of there.
What?
State record catfish just came out of there.
Yeah. John Smith caught it. The other question I have is, and this goes way back, I probably dated, but I don't even know if there's access to it anymore, or who even owns it, but out of Checkerboard, my younger days, one day only, New Year's Day, they let people go to Holiday Lake and fish. And there were some monsters coming out of there, off the creek coming down. Is there any, I don't even know who owns it now, but if there's any chance of looking at something like that, you know, I think a guy could make some pretty good money on a, local community thing with, like I said, there used to be 200-300 people out on the lake ice fishing. But it was, the name of it was Holiday Lake, because Holidays used to own the land, but not anymore. It's right there by Checkerboard.
Yeah, Ed, that was when they had the Ark. And that's what
well, I know, that's why this is kind of great.
yeah, we're always looking at opportunities.
But that's one that, like I said, you never go down in that area in May. I don't know, it's off that Muscle Shoal River area.
Yeah, and we're at the very final stages of working with Muscle Shoal County on the Riverside FAS, just outside of Roundup. And the last step we have to do is secure the road easement, and we've already had all the approvals and everything we need to get all that done. And I anticipate I'll be at the Fish and Wildlife Commission in August with all those T's crossed and I's dotted and ready to go. We'll get that one wrapped up and we're not gonna have that one in fee title. Muscle Shoals County is gonna continue to own the land. We just have a 25-year management agreement with them. And so then we're gonna put in, the latrine, small camping loop for, I think, four to six sites, and a hand carry boat ramp for the Muscle Shoals in an area where access is really difficult. So
Catfish mostly.
yeah, I think there's a mix of all kinds of warm water species there.
You're aware of the flooding on the Muscle Shell coming through Roundup?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that's actually how this project came together, with repetitive lost properties purchased by FEMA that the county holds title to. And they were like, what are we gonna do with these? And so we worked out an FAS with them.
Just one other question. Are you, now, or are you considering a boat pull-out below Sappington on the jet?
We don't have anything going right now, but as opportunities arise, we're always looking for willing landowners, or, if there's agencies like MDT, we partner with MDT a lot. We have a lot of good opportunities that arise from them because, one, it doesn't gain state-owned acres, and two, that gives us enough room typically within the road easements that we can get down and get access, and so we can get a lot done without ruffling a lot of feathers. So, but yeah, that's an area that my Region 3 manager, keeps a close eye on, and we talk often. So
Yeah, because they're complaining that that's a long float.
yeah, yep.
Cool. All right. Thank you, man. I appreciate the fisheries update.
Yeah, thank you.
We're gonna turn to trapline reports, and I'll start with Commissioner Tabor. Hopefully you're still feeling all right and there can join us there. He is trying anyway.
Can you hear me?
There he
There we go.
is.
Sorry.
No problem.
Apologize. I am still fighting it. I appreciate you guys letting me be part of the meeting and everything, and wish I was there in person, but just not up to it physically. The commission is, I think everybody knows, has a scheduled meeting for the 24th of June. At last count, we have 29 items to consider that day. Probably characterized as a light agenda. And there's some pretty meaty topics on there. Some of the ones that I'll touch on that have drawn a lot of interest by the public. And I was interested in hearing, Senator Anke's statements about whether people really understand what's going on. Probably the biggest controversial item that's drawn a remarkable amount of ire is the approval of trout projects that are in progress. And it's kind of a cause and effect. I think most of you know that the legislature passed a law that would require the commission to have oversight over any of those decisions. And the department had made the decision to do in a kind of a one-time catch-up basis to make sure that all existing projects, in fact, had the commission's approval. So it's a bit of a housekeeping procedure. Not one of the 23 projects that are in progress were ever really in jeopardy of losing anything, other than they just needed to have the official stamp of the commission. Some of them are fairly well down the road, or in terms of the different aspects of approval. So there was never a desire to try to derail any of these projects. It was more about compliance. The Fish and Game Commission had a working session just on these just last month, so that we could go to an expedited approval of them all as a package deal. So I think that'll put hopefully the public concerns at bay. I know I personally received well over 150 emails with a very large outcry that there was, a change in fisheries policy, and we are no longer doing these specialized trout projects, which just really couldn't be further from the truth. So under the category of read the bill, read what's actually being proposed here, because all we were really doing was a little bit of fish and game housekeeping. Some of the other kind of significant things that are coming up, there's quite a bit of approval of different land use and sites, pretty much standard stuff. All of them look very positive. Probably the other real significant thing that will now get underway as a result of the rulemaking process started with the previous commission is the formation of the Madison Working Committee. And the commission saw fit to change a little bit of the rule. There was a requirement in the previous rule that had the implementation of one element of the overall river management plan taking effect on January 1st of 2022, with the onus of trying to, get the entire rest of the river management plan put together at some point after that. And that didn't seem to really make a lot of sense to the existing commission. It's like, why not have the working committee come through with an entire holistic solution with, implementation dates that are all aligned. And so we proposed just the extension of that one date to align with the rest of them. And then the commission will be coming to a final decision on the appointments of that committee. And so that decision will go down. What that committee's job is to do, much like a lot of working groups, is they're going to come and look at the entire river management system on the Madison in its totality, all the issues associated, whether it's commercial, non-angling use, everything really, and come back with recommendations that if there is going to be an allocative use system, what that system might look like, not only as it relates to commercial operators, but all users. And so once that committee's done with its work, it will come back with recommendations to the commission for the commission's consideration. And the commission will either act on or increase or decrease whatever the recommendations are, and may ultimately make a decision sometime, if not towards the tail end of this year, in the very early part of 2022. We will be considering some of the wolf-related activities. We'll also be looking at that muzzle loader season and trying to get some rules associated with that so they can get a successful launch for that. We will be looking at the shoulder seasons, which of course I think is a pretty significant issue to this group. There's going to be a little bit of look at quotas and things for the remainder of 2021 season, although not a lot of changes to that. There will be pretty much spot checks and recommendations coming from the department. As you know, we will be embarking on a biennial coming up here with a process beginning in the fall and carrying over into February of 22. And so not a lot of appetite really by anybody to do a lot of season setting juxtapositioning at this point. It makes sense to look at it more holistically when we go through the biennials. I'm just checking the notes here to make sure that I didn't leave anything else out. I think that is pretty much it. I certainly would be more than happy to entertain any questions or field any comments that you'd like me to pass back on to the commission. But with that, I'll turn it back over to you.
Any questions for Commissioner Tabor?
Commissioner, so the Madison River plan that they put together, that's going to be rolled into the entire river plan that you're going to review?
Yeah, so to be clear, there really isn't a Madison River plan. There was a Madison River a rule package that was passed that gave the creation of the working committee with the charge to try to come back for the development of a plan. And they had identified certain components of that, the potential for a commercial allocation system, the potential for restrictions on certain areas where you could walk and wade, some potential blackout areas or off limit areas depending on the time of year. And so the onus will be on that working group to come back with all the recommendations once they formulate. And one of the things that the rule did do is specify the composition of the working group. So it's a really interesting collaborative model. It will have one commissioner on it. And then in addition to that, it's going to have 3 outfitters, 3 members from the business environment that actually are impacted in that area, Paradise Valley. It's going to have 3 members at large. It's going to have a person with a very strong natural resources background, and it will have a representative by the BLM that has jurisdiction over that area, along with, of course, the support from the FWP fishing staff. So what we'll be voting on, I believe, in this upcoming June meeting is not only the finalization of the extension of that one deadline, but the actual composition of that committee so they can go about doing their work. Did that answer your question?
Well, I'm just a little confused. The item that the public commented on was supposed to be implemented last year. That's going to be rolled into a bigger plan then?
Yeah, so there were several different iterations that went in front of the commission, but the commission, in fact, never did implement a plan or was looking for any plan implementation with specific elements to it. It's safe to say that a couple of the petitions that went in front of the commission on several occasions by different groups were considered, but not adopted. And what ultimately got adopted by the commission back, I believe, in its December meeting was the formation of this working group and a charge to try to get after the relative user issues and things surrounding the Madison, and charge that group, much like the elk working group and other working groups, with the process of coming forth with a more holistic, collaborative model that will effectively get after the issues on the river.
Under the interstate here on
Any other questions for Commissioner Taylor? Well, thank you, Commissioner, for hanging out with us and
yeah, you bet.
For 2 days, and
yeah,
sure drinking from a fire hose.
Oh man, I'll tell you.
Thank you.
You guys got a lot going on. Thank you.
Yep. All right, Mr. Beal, what you got going on?
Latest scuttlebutt, grizzly bears over west of Helena, being identified as now there, that have been there for a while, but a lot of talk about that. Kind of interesting among the landowners, figuring out how to deal with it, even though they've been dealing with it, now that it's more public. How to more effectively use something than pepper spray. And a lot of them have been real proactive. I've got a video on my phone of a enclosed haystack that also happens to have I can't remember where they're from, Turkish guard dogs or somewhere that they've employed for about 8 years. And the dogs chase this grizzly bear into the fencing around it. And then the grizzly bear plays with the food container that has the dog's food in it. And then the dogs get mad and going after the grizzly bear. And then the grizzly bear shows them who's bigger, and out the dogs go. I just say it like that because they've been dealing with it for a long time. And they're all just trying to figure out how to best manage their operations with their kids and families in the area, and with their heads in a ditch, changing water, and how to deal with these bears. There's definitely more there that they knew about that maybe FWP officially didn't know about. So that's been a lot of discussion lately. Hunter Ed, as was mentioned, the regional meetings and the direction for Hunter Ed. And my experience of it was a lot of the Hunter Ed instructors are unhappy, and a lot of the hunters who took online classes were happy. And so that's just a reality. I think for that to work out well in the future, a little more discussion has to happen. Fishing's been good. Everybody's looking forward to more fishing, especially with the latest news, but I won't spread that around. But that's about all I have. Simple.
The other Ed.
Well, in our particular area right now, last year we had finally a fairly good pheasant population. And this year it's been good. And I tell you, if they have a good hatch, it's going to be a phenomenal year of pheasants around our area. Same with turkeys. 54 in 2 different sections coming through our land. And like I said, I don't know how many of them got bred and how the hatch will go, but at turkey, it'll be really good. One question I get asked, which I realize there's no quota for out-of-state people to be able to get mule deer tag or whitetail tags down in that area, but there are a few out-of-staters that do contact me and say, well, we own a section of land, how come we can never draw a deer tag? But I just tell them, well, it's not in the system, but that's the way it is. So other than that, like I said, we're going to have lots of deer if we don't have white blue tongue or something like that come through. We didn't have a winter. We don't have any rain, lots of grasshoppers. And we're pressing on. River bottom, thank God.
Senator?
My area, kind of same as Ed's, but big topic around cold strip in that area. A lot of people go up to Hill Creek and fish up on the Fort Peck. They're wondering how that transition's gonna go with the Little Shell and the land deal up there. And I'm also involved with that Lower Yellowstone project. And so that's about it.
My group was concerned with the legislation, 505, 637, and the prescriptive easements. They were really engaged on it and were sending emails back and forth and into the legislature. So they really watched the legislation.
Dan?
Some of the people I talked to, they wonder how our lakes on the Missouri River, those reservoirs are being managed. Are we managing them for trout or are we managing them for walleye? And there doesn't seem to be a balance there as far as direction from the Fish and Game and the Fisheries Department along those lines. There are more and more walleye, as everybody knows. There started to even be some northern pike in these lakes. And if we have northern pike, how long is the trout fishery gonna maintain itself? The second was what Ed talked about, grizzly bears. I showed a few people here the bear over there on Nevada Creek eating on a cow elk and 2 wolves on this side and grizzly bear here, and kind of see who has jurisdiction over the elk. Those people, and even close to Helena here now, we have grizzly bears that don't seem to know what their position is in life. And a lot of people are wondering, is Fish and Game sent to U.S. Department of Fish or Wildlife a recommendation that we'd like to see the grizzly bears hunted? Has that been on record?
Yeah, it has been, but
What's the response?
As long as they're listed, the response is no can do. So, you know, they're protected under the Endangered Species Act, and that kind of a direct take is not allowed.
And it was HJ 18, I believe. That address.
Which one, but there was one.
That basically went to letters to Congress and letters to the governor and everything that say they should be delisted.
Thank you.
Carl? Like Ed did, there's some gnashing of the teeth going on in the Hunter Ed community right now. To be honest, I think we just need to wait and see. This COVID thing threw a kink into everything in it, and the online statistics are flipping phenomenal. But I don't think that's a fair representation, because I know a lot of people took it. You know, I encourage people to take, older people to take it, because you could get it out of the way right away. So, but you know, with the COVID and with all the expectations, it is going to change. I hope it changes for the better, but there is concern with the instructors, and you know, a lot of the boils down to having a field course. In my opinion, the field course is extremely valuable. I've been wrong before, but I hope not. I think the FWP got a black eye with some of the legislation that went on. At least 50% of it was not deserved. Maybe even a little more than that. But and I think that'll just I think Hank has got a handle on that, and he's, you know, letting it out in the wash. You know, I may have been a little more aggressive, but I'm not as good a politician. So, and other than that, life is good. Got my shot. Don't have to wear a mask. But man, it don't get no better.
Also concerns in my part of the world on the legislative issues, and really two sides. I mean, the sportsmen were pretty upset with 505, and especially the outfills. The prescriptive easement was a big deal for some of our part of the world. But on the flip side, some of the landowners I talked to were not happy with the muzzleloading bill, and I may have mentioned it before, but two things. A lot of those landowners are really tired of hunters coming through their yard by Thanksgiving time, and they are ready for the season to be over. But I also know of people that as soon as the big game season is over, they move their livestock into the winter pastures, which is some of the better mule deer country. And they don't want to have to think about possibly delaying that now for another 10 days or 2 weeks, really, by the time the hunting season is over. But they were very happy to hear that the department would allow them to opt out for those that are in block management. That was a big deal to them. And I visited with several of them at a branding on Saturday, and they all expressed appreciation, the fact that they could opt out of that and not take a hit to their block management payment. That same tone, they're pretty excited about the fact that at least there's potential to have an increase in the block management payment. And we didn't talk about that, but I did talk to Travis, who was on with us yesterday, and I just said, how much effect does that have? How many people are going to go up to the maximum payment? And I think he said in Region 7, there were only 2 that would, based on past uses, would reach that $25,000, which really surprised me. Couple other things. Talked to one landowner that does some work or spend some time on the Ashland Forest. He said he'd never seen as many turkey hunters as he saw this spring down on the Ashland, which I thought was surprising. I hunt a lot of BLM and state land outside of Miles City, and I would have to say I saw less use this year than I did a year ago, which surprised me a little bit. Drought and grasshoppers appear to be abnormally are gonna be abnormally severe this year. I think one thing that the department needs just to be prepared of, and it happens about every other year, is that when we see significant drought, you will have some landowners say, no hunting until we get some precipitation, and just with the lack of vegetation, and the vegetation is extremely short for this time of the year. It's supposed to be nearly 100 degrees and 60-mile-an-hour winds in Miles City today. It's gonna dry up in a hurry. I think that's not gonna be unrealistic to think that there's gonna be those people that are gonna say, stay off until we get some precip. That's kind of it for the trap line. I guess the one thing maybe just real quick, and I mentioned it yesterday on a couple of the changes that I think I'd like to see the department and this group look at. But the one that we didn't talk a lot about is that getting access across a public piece of, or a piece of private land that then accesses public land, and especially where we have a trail that may cross a piece of private that goes into a piece of public land. I guess I'd like you to reach out to some of your access coordinators and just get their thoughts, because I could certainly see a situation where you have a mile drive across a piece of private land. It's a chunk of BLM land. They can walk around the private and maybe it's 1.25 miles to get into where that road is. But if they could drive through that private land, get into an existing trail on BLM or state, you may be able to go, several miles that because of the way the sideboards are set with cattle, we can't do that. And I just think it's an opportunity that may be missed, and at a future meeting, I'd like to be able to talk about that. With that, that's all I have. Thank you.
Representative Woods?
Well, I haven't had a lot of trapline time, but I did go to a Sportsman for Wildlife banquet here 2 weeks ago, and Paul Fielder and Bob Brown were heroes in the area due to the wolves and the trapping and all of that. Pretty popular with that crowd of 120 or so. I did get my name mentioned that I was there.
They didn't lock you out.
No. But that's about all I can say. One thing, we've had some pretty good fishing up in our area. The waters were pretty calm until just a little bit ago tonight. But like the St. Regis River is still fairly calm. And I think we're going to see in our area, even though there's some flooding right now, our mid-range snowpack was way down. Upper levels were high. I'm already down to irrigation water that's normally about the end of July because of that mid-range snowpack. So I think we're going to see in western Montana some pretty low rivers come fall or come midsummer, just because they won't have that snowpack. And I guess that's about all I've done.
All right. Well, I have a gift for each of you.
Blink time. Blink time.
Blink time. So in your folders is your travel form. So don't forget to fill out that so we can get your mileage reimbursed for you. Hotels should have all been taken care of on my credit card, so hopefully you guys didn't pay anything on yours. We'll get you your per diems for that as well. I just
had
wanted
it the bar tab to your.
Oh, bad.
I got a credit card as Jason
Yeah, right.
Cole. I go, yeah, that's the guy.
That's the guy.
Send it upstairs.
Tabs on me.
Got to cover them at the legislative audit.
Yeah, right.
Right along with PSC.
So I just wanted to thank you guys again. Like I said, I don't know where this group will go. You all were really my first run to PLPW, so I didn't start with the department until April of 17. So you guys were on in this group before I was, but you've stuck with it, and stuck with it, and stuck with it, even with me in the last couple of years. So I just wanted to thank you for that. And I will see you somewhere, somehow. I'm not sure what capacity that will be. But y'all have my contact information, so feel free to reach out. But get those travel forms filled out for me. You can drop them here with me, and I've got some gifts for you guys. Not only stuck through the pandemic, but then had to launch this whole public access land agreement program. Spent a considerable amount of effort and time in doing that. So thank you for that very much. So hats off to you all. Safe travels.
I would like you to pass on to all the regional coordinators. Some of them worked their ears off.
Thank you.
They did, you know, that's one thing to note, and kudos to all of those access coordinators. You know, the whole public access land agreement program was something they added to their workload and added to their plate. Our whole hunter access program has been set up, both funding and staff wise, for flock management. But as you can see, we've significantly expanded that into many other areas. And so they've taken that on, maybe at a cost to block, I don't think so, but they've just been able to incorporate it and roll with it. And so we're doing what we've been asked with the same level of help as we had before. So hats off to them as well.
Yeah, I see Colleen still on there, I think.
Yeah, she says she might not be able to chat, but she was
Yeah.
gonna hang out.
Yeah, and I was just gonna say the same thing from all of us, you know, just the great work they did, trying to work within all these parameters that changed during the course of their work so far on it, and probably will change again. Just appreciate the fact that they're working well with the landowners on the ground, and that's where it all happens. Just like talking about fishing, Dustin, just being able to make those agreements, that's the important part, and having that communication and that relationship to make it happen. So we appreciate it.
I was really appreciative of having those regional coordinators have the information. I thought the review process went, and obviously last review one, but it was really smooth, I thought, and that they came well prepared to answer the questions. And I thought they had an awesome presentation, every one of them. They were really on board with what needed to be done and what we wanted to hear.
Even if we took a little away from them afterwards, they did their job. They did their job, that's for sure.
With that, travel safe.
Okay.
Thank you all. Bring me your travel sheets.
Thanks, sir.